Good morning, one and all. It's Thursday. It's not the middle of the week, it's not the end of the week, it's just another part of the week, and it is a continuation of the Tip-athon. So, welcome back, every single one of you. The timer for at the end of last stream was at 10 hours, 5 minutes, and 30 seconds. There are a few seconds extra over there, and you know what? That balances it out, doesn't it? That does balance it out. You might notice my voice sounds like it's a morning voice, and that's because it is. Welcome everyone. Hope you're doing well. Those of you who've had sleep, hope you've had a good sleep. Those of you who have not yet had sleep because it's literally not been enough time to, welcome back, I guess. 2 streams in one day, technically, for those of you. So, here we are. As I loaded up the settings, the timer had still been ticking away in the background, and it hadn't hit 0. Which is just foreboding for what this is. You lot are beyond expectations in so many ways. It is insanity. It's Thursday part of the week, can't prove it. Well, I mean, it is a word that ends in a Y, but then I've come across other words that qualify as well, and it just confuses everything. Yes. New day, new lights. Petra, you gotta specify. Although I think you mean Urple. There we are. There we are indeed. At least you can speedrun the watch streak. True. Yes, that is a benefit for you, isn't it? Watch streak go burr. Alright then. So, as I mentioned at the end of yesterday's stream, which for some of you that might sound weird, but there we are, I intend today to continue on with Oberon, but into actually making the Oberon videos. So this will be a lot less Warframe gameplay and a lot more Kengineer making the sausages, as it were. So you'll see how that all comes together here. And I have pinned a message. We will be pausing the Tip-athon, basically ending stream at 4:30 UK, which is only 5.5 hours, not even 5.5 hours from now. So we'll get through about half of the current timer, because then that's where DE's own live stream of the Warframe Starfinder crossover goes live, and well, quite frankly, I don't want to be distracting you away from that. I also have no intention to go streaming it, so either we'll be able to raid into them, or if they have raids blocks, then we'll just cut, quite simply, and take it from there. Because, you know, I have quite a personal investment in wanting to see the details of that stream, and that we shall do indeed. What are we expecting from the crossover? So, simple breakdown, Petra, is 1, we're expecting them to have a community gaming session, or rather, collaborative gaming session of Starfinder. Starfinder is a tabletop game, think like Dungeons & Dragons, but different and in many ways better for Warframe. So yes, it is that. Second of all, you can expect to have multiple voice actors there. Specifically, the voice actors for Eleanor and Arthur will be reprising their roles as Eleanor and Arthur, but in a tabletop tabletop gaming session. Which is, well, I can't beat that. I can't top that. That's it. I'm not doing any more tabletop stuff on this channel ever. I can't beat that. And as well as we get started into this, Zedting Jammer, thank you very much for the 2 gifted subs out to the community there. That's gone out to Amuse Woody and to Gassy Joe 7. Zedting, thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. And welcome in there. That's adding just a little bit more to the timer as well. I get them on the stream too. I don't know if I have the sway for that, Petra. I don't know if I have the sway. But, if I just... Oh, it fell over. When did it fall over? I was wondering why I couldn't see it on the camera. There we go. There is a certain Starfinder product right there. Because yours truly may have written the entire introduction for that crossover. Hence why it says at the bottom of it, by the Kengineer and Lewis Loza. So yes, indeed. Morning, Andrew. Did I sleep well? I slept. That. You're at work. Should you be here? That's up to your boss, Cyrex. That's up to your boss. I don't get to make the rules of your workplace. And if you are your own boss, then you get to make your rules, much like I make mine. Much appreciated there, Zenting, and I do intend to have a good day. I hope you have a good one as well. Yep. Has the Starfinder stuff been officially released then? It releases today. Catacosmo. It releases today, which, depending on time zones, when today is all a thing. But I imagine it'll go live around, if not with the start of the DE stream as well. So you can look forward to that. I believe it is available as a digital PDF only. There just happens to be some, you know, promotional pieces going about as well. There we are. I'll be talking more about that when I have all the full total go-aheads to give you all the juicy details I wish to. Very cool. Is it like a campaign module thing? So it is a one-shot. What do you call it? Yeah, a one-shot adventure. So it gives you all the details, all the bits and pieces that you would need to run it outside of actually having the core player book as well. So long as you have the core player book to have the basics of how to actually play that game, you're good. You're good. PR saying if they recall correctly, you can pre-order a physical version. Interesting. I'll be honest, I hadn't looked too deeply into how they're doing the sales and stuff because I am not the sales team. That's not my job. My job is to be the engineer. And you know what? I do a damn good job of that, don't I? I am 100% me. Can't fault that. Yeah. And we're seeing a version of Urali and Valkyrie Proto. Will we be seeing non-canon interpretations? Non-canon interpretations. To be very clear on that there, because what DE bringing to the table is a couple alternative characters of their own making, not something which is actually directly going to be added to Warframe itself. Yes, I know you said version. I'm being very clear for the people around here who don't understand the context of version. You call them the protos without the context of non-canon, so I'm adding in non-canon. Don't act like that, Myla. Come on. But yeah. Anyway, let's have a look at the details. So as I say, today the plan is, aside from continuing on with the giveaways, which we do still have plenty of them to do. Where is my giveaway spreadsheet? Yeah, we do have a bunch of bits still to do there. Oh boy, howdy. On top of that, though, the idea is making up the Oberon video. Quick on that disclaimer? Of course I'm quick on it. This is a live stream. Things happen live, Myla. What, do you expect me to just sit there going, Dumpty 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 dum. Yep. La li la li la. I'm going to sit here and do nothing useful. No, fuck that. Who do you think I am? But that's not. That's drama. Let's not go there. Dark Wolf, cheers for hydrate. Good morning. There are streamers that do only that? Yeah, and I don't need to name them. I don't need to name them today. From the Game Master 2168, welcome in by the way. Hi, I'm new to Warframe because I just downloaded the game. Wow. Welcome to Warframe. Hope you enjoy your experience. There is plenty of stuff going on and plenty more on its way as well, so you're in for a treat. Yes, it will, Slancy. The Oberon is made of grass command will be updated to better reflect what needs to be covered. As you can see with the Gyra command. You see how he got updated there? Yeah. Right, so, with the Oberon, now we did go over basically all the bits and pieces, but I want to make sure I am satisfied before I fully move into the actual writing stage. So, there was the test build, which was the level cap run through, and you know what, I'm going to give that one a running again. We're going to give that a run, just so I want to make sure that I am completely satisfied with its operation. So, yeah, I've got no issue with these equipment. Yeah. Ellie, I don't anticipate we'll have too much spoilery stuff today, because we are focusing primarily on Oberon. So I don't imagine there'll be too much in that regard. At least nothing that a brand new player would be distraught by. You know how much I like to use my fifth ability.
Accept your death, and you may yet avoid it. Try trust in your training.
Hello, Jinx. Welcome back in.
Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out.
Alright then.
Hold on.
This should give me invis. There it is. Very nice. Now, trying to remind myself how this one was supposed to maintain its energy. Because I know it's supposed to maintain invis. I'll be honest, I'm having a bit of a brain fart on it. Because I've got the raw benefit. Where's the rest of it come in? So all the giveaways, because you want to know how the giveaways work, what it basically comes down to is when I call that there's a giveaway, there'll be a giveaway. I'll announce how you enter. You enter by doing what I said. And the prizes are the prizes that I call out in the moment. There'll be a mix of prizes as and when they happen.
Get ready for a capsule.
Oops, we'll run out. I can't remember the moving parts of this build from when I did it. I'll be quite honest with you, I genuinely cannot remember. And that was only a few days ago. God damn it. Is there a giveaway up right now? No, there is not. You would know if there was a giveaway up right now. It would be on your screen. Big old motherfucking giveaway. Kind of hard to miss. Are there in-game prizes? Yes. No accounting for taste on joining a live stream and querying just the giveaways, but welcome on it all the same. Oh, come on. Was this basically waiting for the big units to spawn? That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. Oh, that broke my invis. That was a mistake. Mistakes were made, all of them mine. There we go. Yo, we just got a dono come through on QTCC from Sombryu with a $10 dono to QTCC. Much appreciated there, Sombryu. Much appreciated. Let's add that time onto the thingamabob here. That is another 3.4 minutes. There we go. And you get your squat. You get your one squat. Nice and simple. One. And that's our morning squat. $10, one squat. Thank you very much for your contribution there. Much appreciated. Let's just roll ourselves back in. But, Brain has definitely forgotten how this one was supposed to work. God damn it.
30 seconds left.
Nope. It has left me on this. This. What am I forgetting? What is the core piece of the puzzle I'm forgetting? Jinx, cheers. It's not just the sustain Ellie, it's the actual constant killing. Because, like, yeah, it wasn't amazing. That was the whole point that we concluded last time, that it wasn't amazing, but it would keep going. But that's not it. I'm going to do the simplest thing, and I'm going to quite literally bring up my old stream. If in doubt, look at what I did. So, let's find the channel. There it is. And that was, I think, the 19th of October stream. I think it was. Let's just get this up onto here. Alright. Oh, and apparently that's not going to load. Hold on, what's going on with that? Properties. Display. That. There we go. Okay. I think reckoning to start, then into... So let's have a look then.
It will be good as always. Smile.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Much appreciate on that. And yeah, I'm doing my best to from here. You know? Reckoning for the armor strip.
One good dish is made in 5 minutes.
Right?
And if you think it is made in 5 minutes, oh, there was worse.
Or is this just using the
Hey, that's cheeky.
No, it had to be an invis approach. Maybe it was later on we did it.
Cool. It doesn't just...
This one's also not invisible.
Very good opener on our energy income there. I think the dogs are helping out as well, because I think they have some deconstruct actually.
No.
If further if we...
Did I not do his invis? That doesn't make sense. I could have sworn it was invis, because that was the whole point of the tank. Maybe it was later still in the stream?
Just a little bit... Sit there with a Torrid Incarnate and go, I'm an O! Add to the vault for fireless viral quills. Would that do something...
No, we were tanking through the passive.
Will it do something...
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You're trying to give me more energy.
Right. So it was Panzer passive tank. Got it. Got it. Now I know. I said there was some moving part I was missing there. That's what it was. It wasn't invis tank, it was passive tank with Panzer. Got it. Okay. So, back to Obby. Just make sure any of that is still working. That looks like it should be right for what we're about to do, so that is good. It also explains the equilibrium. So we need to have Lithagamizer. There we go. Alright then. And that just means as well we can also just use our weaponry as weaponry, which is nice. Hello there, Eldox. Welcome on in. So now let's give this a try. Understanding the approach. This is why I should make more notes on things.
Your weapons make music, and the enemy calls for a song.
Well, who are we to deny them a song, eh? Who are we to deny them a song?
Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out. Hold on.
Alright, this is not a good starting room, I'll be honest with you. I'm waiting for Panzer to maybe do the good stuff, but for now, still start hitting things in here. There we go. Right, I want a better room than this. This is a bad room for this plan. Things are too close to me, but the room is not big. Get rid of that. What do we have here? There we are. We need to keep up the roar, keep up
Life support
this,
on the way.
and otherwise just slam the enemies into the ground with our repeat casts of this. And also my companions are getting a surprising number of kills themselves, which is cool. Yeah, 8 melee kills, so they are killing. Wasn't the focus. No ticket today, Bite.
Your life support
It's a
capsule is
Thursday.
ready. Activating it will buy you more time.
That's right. I am probably going to discontinue the ticket system in November. Like, genuinely just discontinue it entirely. Re-up the roar. Re-up the blap. This is... yeah, this is stable. You join my Discord? Good to know. Welcome on in. Any particular reason? So I mean, you mean about the ticket? And that's because we've got the giveaway arena that I have spent many hours coding and creating. And the ticket system is mostly used by either regulars at the very start of stream, who are also there at the end, or people at the end of stream who remember that it's there to even use. And as a result, the vast majority of people even using that giveaway system are the people already there at the end of stream. So it wasn't achieving the stated goal anyway. When we add on that more than a few times people who would win were so absent at that point of winning that they would forget to ever claim it, it just doesn't work out. It just doesn't work out. There are far more benefits to not doing it that way. And so I shan't. There you are. They're changing systems. Wow, okay. I'm just killing some of these enemies outright. This is Steel Path, isn't it? Yeah, it is Steel Path. Some of them are just dying to my fourth ability. Yeah. It turns out a few radiation procs and a few viral procs kind of go burr. Malice attempting to bubble me. Not gonna happen. I played enough EVE Online, I do not easily get bubbled. There we go. And this is actually maintaining life support. By moving over to this particular room, we've got an area which is actually really good for maintaining this. Like, really good. It was just to switch over to that Panzer Profiler, rather than trying to hide in invis, to actively play with the 4 raw 1 combo. Yes, radiation is the friendly fire status effect. But in this case, it also has forced synergy with some of Oberon's abilities. Live on an off-stream day? Smolson! I'm glad that you're asking the question, rather than doing anything else, but yeah, this is Tip-athon Part 2, because there's a big old timer up the top there, and the announcements over on the Discord. There was so much generosity in the Quest to Conquer Cancer, over $1,000 raised yesterday, that I simply could not stream long enough to do it all. So, we agreed to carry it over. You missed that? Of course you missed that. You just asked a question about what's going on. I knew you missed it. Kind of spoke for itself there, mate. Anyway. It's fine. Warframe players don't read. We know this. But what we have here, this... oh, that was a bad target. I mean, it still did a bit of damage, but bad target. What we have here is basically a level cap viable Oberon. Because I'm not health tanking. I am not dealing damage on a flat basis. I'm doing it on a percent health basis. And that percent health is hitting 100%. So yeah, we have a level cap viable Oberon. And looking at the life support, it's not just level cap viable, it is properly self-propelling level cap viable. This can just keep going. Which is surprising because we've not got the necessary kill rate to maintain life support. So maybe we've just been lucky on the drops, or maybe this mission's a little bit more forgiving than another one. It didn't look like we had the kill rate to maintain this. Well, not going to complain. If life support stays up, life support stays up. Your goal in survival is 100 kills per minute. That is broadly the minimum goal. Otherwise, life support will drain over time. At 100, you should be able to maintain life support, but it can get a bit hairy at times. Below 100, you will struggle in Steel Path. Not normal mode, just Steel Path. We have the Raw. Yeah, so life support is beginning to go down a little bit there. Emphasis on beginning. $11 million damage to that Xmas unit. It's kind of bonkers, really. A basic first ability doing 11 million damage to a unit. Plus with an AoE nuke. Alright, that's more than respectable. It takes setup, sure, but once you have that little bit of setup, it's just you there, perish. Do I think Survival could use a rework? Why does it need a rework? What is it about Survival that needs a rework? Considering that it is one of the more played mission types. Do you factor that into your opinion on the matter? Why would it need a rework? Would you run this in Void, level cap, or Disruption missions? Disruption, likely not as effective because lower enemy density and Demolishers will not be as vulnerable to it. Void, no, because the Void enemies are resistant to radiation damage, which will take away half of Oberon's damage here. And considering it's percent-based damage, you would go from one-shot to can't one-shot. You do half the health, and then half again, and then half again, and then half again, and it runs out. So I heard someone say that life support mechanic is kind of bad. Okay, so someone somewhere, not you, someone else somewhere had an opinion, and now you're asking if an entire mission needs a rework because of it. Just so I understand. Someone who is not you didn't like the survival mechanic and thinks the whole thing needs a rework. Interesting. Oop, let it roll out, so let's get that back up. There we go. So, a big reason a lot of people like survival is that it's basically just killing. So long as you have sufficient kill rate, and you can see, yeah, our kill rate isn't sufficient, so our life support is beginning to drop now. But so long as you have sufficient kill rate, you can just kill your way to victory. If you don't have sufficient kill rate, you can top it up with life support towers. But otherwise, again, it is the just kill mission. Go all out, no casting limits, no running out of enemies, there's a constant influx of them. Just go burr. So who wants to take that away and why? That is the entire question, quite frankly. Oh, energy issue. Health orb issue. Where's... Hold on. Where'd all my health orbs go? There we are. That was weird for a moment. Just health orbs and energy orbs. both stopped. Oh, sorry, health orbs and energy income had stopped. I think I just didn't walk over the right spot for a moment, but it's weird. Using Oberon right now, so it doesn't track. How do you mean it doesn't track, Cyrex? What doesn't track? Now yes, survival non-steel path solo has low enemy spawn rates. For people who are pretty new to the game and need the casual stuff, then they want that. And then as you want more, you either get friends and play together, or you can move up onto steel path. Either which way, you can get yourself some enhanced enemy spawns. If you want something where you're actively moving through the mission, Exterminate exists. Guy said, oh, you were replying to someone but you didn't reply to them, got it. Use a reply function. I can't see when you're replying to someone rather than talking to the streamer, in the chat to the streamer, sorry. But yeah, of course survival doesn't encourage support frames that much, and I'm not using Oberon as a support frame here. Of course it doesn't, because we have absolutely bonkers level survivability, because people wanted Warframes and builds that are solo capable rather than relying on supports, and the only objective here is to kill, we're not actually defending anything. Yeah, of course that doesn't support frames. In the same way that spy missions don't encourage DPS frames. Why would you take a DPS frame to a spy mission? Why would you take a hunker down and tank frame to a capture mission? Like, some people say it as a gotcha at times. Oh, but you can't use this there. Like, well, yeah. Different tools, different jobs. Wow. It's almost like I don't play Minecraft for the gunplay. It's a non-answer. Right, energy spy frame? Yeah, well, I mean, you can bring a support frame to a survival mission. Congratulations! We've still learned absolutely nothing new, other than how to be facetious, which, again, no one here needed to learn that.
Life support activated.
And this is a very vulnerable build. If I stop generating these health orbs for a moment, I will get obliterated, because it is my entire tank. I swear I saw an Xmas here. Where'd they go? There they are. Oh, there's a pair of them. And they're both dead. Well, that was fun. What kind of frame do I say if it's a survival game mode that we talk about it? I mean, survival is a kill check. Can you kill large groups of enemies quickly enough to maintain your life support? That's it. That's the game mode. There's nothing more crazy about it. There's nothing nuanced. There's no deep hidden messages. It's not like you're trying to solve a puzzle. It is, hey, you are distracting the enemy. Kill a lot of the motherfuckers.
Hold out as long as you can.
Did you kill a lot of the motherfuckers? Well done, here's your reward. Did you not kill enough of them? You snooze, you lose, get out. It's about kills per second? Yeah. Yeah, that's why we were talking about earlier. Aim for 100 kills per minute. If you're below that, which this build is below that, you will need life support towers on Steel Path. Which I have consumed 3 life support towers. The further you are below that kill threshold, the more life support towers you'll need until you reach the point that you need them more than they spawn in and you lose the mission. You still surprised every time I swear? Yeah, because I don't do it in videos, and when I do it on stream it's because I really need to make a point, because some people need to hear the point. An expletive is a tool to be used at the appropriate time. Sometimes the appropriate time is telling people to wake the fuck up. It's as simple as that, really. Yet, advertisers are like, oh my god, the swear words, no! Meanwhile, those same advertisers will be swearing like a sailor in the meeting rooms, of that you can be certain. Now, is there a metric for when relying on towers doesn't work anymore? When you run out of life support, that is the metric, Linkont. In terms of how many kills are needed, it gets fuzzy, because when you're at a low number of kills, you're also at the risk of life support RNG. So, at 100 kpm, you'll notice sometimes your life support drops down, other times it just seems to sit at 99%. And that's because the life support capsules that drop from these enemies, they are RNG based, so you'll sometimes get a glut of them, and sometimes you'll be running out, even though you're doing the work. That's what's going on. So, in terms of when is too low, there isn't really a specific when. It is a, you are now consuming capsules, you are at risk. The more capsules you have to consume, the more you have to roam the map. The more you roam the map, the more you move the spawns. The more you move the spawns, the less the enemies pour into you. The less the enemies pour into you, the lower your kill rate will be again, despite your build. The lower your kill rate again, the less opportunity you get for drops. The lower opportunity for drops, the harsher the RNG risk. The harsher the RNG risk, the greater risk that you'll just cap out sooner. It cascades. So it is very much a maintain kill count or struggle. If you are a little bit below, like we are here, we're at about 80 kills per minute, it feels like. That's pretty much as far as you can go without it starting to risk a cascade. So, this build works and will take you to level cap, but it is at its limit here. At least with the way that I'm playing it. And to be honest, I'm not sure how much more you can get out of it, because you're limited by the type of damage you can deal. I don't mean damage type, I mean the type as in, it's an AoE percent based scaling damage, which needs enemies to be armor stripped when you cast it. If you don't do that, you just don't kill them. Yeah, we're going to get this to 20 minutes, and I think I'll be satisfied with that. Because at the very least, we'll be at 20 minutes, and life support's still chugging along quite nicely, showing it just works. At no point am I caring about how many hit points things have. I'm asking, can they die? If the answer is yes, they die. As evidenced. That sounded like an Xmas. There he is. 9 mil damage pop. And my armor stripping with Oberon? With Oberon's abilities. Oberon's 4 armor strips, Oberon's 1 armor strips a single target. Alright, there we go. Let's get out of here. Good old 20-minute run. Life support maintained beautifully. So yeah, we got the level on how this works. It is a full setup. It's Oberon plus Companion. You can't skip a detail there, but with it all combined, it does work. Good morning, Crescendo. Welcome on in.
It is done, Tenno.
Alright then. Does form perma-strip defenses? Yes. As does the one. Okay then, so, like Jinx, a lot of people don't know much about Oberon despite the recent rework and noise being made around it, and that is why I am going to be doing a guide covering it with what we've got set up here. So, we have the Panzerpalooza build. We have Circuit 1, Circuit 2. The others were... Ah, yes. Hello there. And, decoy? There we go. And that is how we name these builds. Panzerpalooza, the circuits, hello there, and decoy. Damage decoy Oberon? Yes, indeed. Damage decoy Oberon, using a very similar approach to what we just had with the Panzerpalooza, but instead it uses a invis-focused approach. By using Shade or Hurass, you activate damage decoy on a target in a survival mission. Because it's survival, there's a lot of enemies nearby, damage decoy will make that target the decoy, and the target absorbs some of the health of the nearby enemies. And then you smite the target. And by smiting the target, it just blaps everything nearby. Now, I never actually tried smiting just decoy. I'm fairly certain you can't smite your own decoy. I never actually tried that, so I'm just going to go into Sim and just make sure you can't actually do that itself. I'm fairly certain you can't, but I'm just going to check. I will say that the damage decoy build is worse still than the Panzerpalooza build. It is more a demonstration of, hey, look at this, it does work. It's bad, but it works. Yeah, so you can't smite a decoy. Good, good, good. We were right about that. Yeah, damage decoy is funny because you're an invisible Oberon turning an enemy into a hit point bomb. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. Oh, there was one other thing I wanted to test. Hold on, let me go back to Sim real quick. We could really do a fast entry to Sim, but whatever.
Creatures you have immortalized would cry out in thanks.
There's one other thing I wanted to check real quick. Based on the issues we were having with corrupted enemies, I want to have a anatomizer. That's what I thought. Okay then. Yep, that is what I thought there. Cool. And if I grab a anatomizer Eximus. Yeah, that's what I thought. Very cool. Okay, yeah. So the one counterpoint to radiation bad in Circuit and Void and Circulus on Lua, the exact opposite is true when it comes to the Murmur and anything else that is vulnerable to radiation. Vulnerable to radiation is not a lot of things, but where it exists, it is usable. So here's the radiation on this Latum to make it easy to look at. Yep. Now it is just Sentience and Murmur. Sentients tend to have the damage gating, which kind of ruins the whole one-shotting them in the first place, but the Murmur do not. Outside of the Necromex. Necromex have special tank. But for all the non-special Murmur units, that's going to be everything below Necromech and the Fragmented, all the other units are one-shottable with Smite, with no other buffs active. God, you can tell it's early morning. Well, it's not even early morning, it's just early morning for someone who went to bed after 1 AM stream wrap up. It's midday. It's not early morning at all. There is a reason. There is a reason I don't really do voice recordings within the first few hours of waking up. Because I have this throaty coffee, blah blah blah. Yeah. That's going to take a while to shift. There's something that I need to shift in there. I can't bloody well shift it. And it sounds horrible, I'm sorry. There we are, one hell of a... This is doing my head in, one moment. And we're back. Okay. Enough of that. That really needed shifting. That was sounding horrible. That was actively get half the stream to click off level of horrible. Anyway, so, radiation, yeah. Because of the 75% damage cap on Smite, the radiation damage simply needs help to be able to one-shot with Smite on most targets. That help can be in the form of viral procs, magnetic procs, raw buffs, things like that. If you're up against a corrupted foe, then you need to enhance it yet further because the cap is actually 37.5%, which is really rough. But against the Murmur, the cap turns out to be just over 100%. Yeah, it's a little bit over 100%. Which, fun fact, dealing 100% of a creature's hit points in damage kills the creature. It do work. There. And we've got these extra shards on here for extra damage on enemies afflicted with radiation, which allows us to go from 75% to over 100%, so long as they've been affected by radiation, which Hallowed Ground does plentifully. Yeah. Is there no room for casting speed? There is potential room for casting speed, but it's really a low priority, I'll be honest. It's really a low priority. So what I've gone for as a focus has instead been starting energy, because going into a mission and not being ready to just go, or respawning after accidentally dying, and again, just being shit out of energy, sucks. It just sucks. So yeah. We can roll with that. Alright, so we've got Panzerpalooza. As we saw, that works a plan. Panzer is using extremely high range. In fact, is that maximum range? Yeah, maximum range for the maximum potential nukes on the Smite there. 16.8 meter radius, no damage fall off over distance. Pick a target and slam everyone else for daring to be near it. Enhanced by Roar. With Multi-Augmented, Growing Power can also activate on this build. So with Multi-Augmented Growing Power, both in effect, that's another 85% strength, so 222 plus 85, 307% strength, which brings this up to a 92.1% raw, which means that damage from this is 144% of target's hit points. The AoE damage from it is not as high. The AoE damage is instead... let's see here, so that would be 1.921 times 3.7, yeah, 0.921 times 30, 58.97, so 59% of enemy health. So the smite amount in the AoE, it's only 59% of target hit points. However, if your target is a stronger one like an Xmas unit, that's enough to kill everything nearby. If the creatures around it are all the same type, but they have viral procs on them, well, 59% multiplied by 2, yep, that's lethal. So that's how this all works there. Hallowed Ground is a nice control effect, which will help reduce the amount of hits you're taking, and therefore how quickly you burn through your passive. Reckoning is a big damn deal in terms of actually armor stripping the enemies, and giving you the health orbs to maintain both your energy and your passive. So Reckoning is huge. And Renewal wasn't good enough, so we replaced it with Roar. Renewal is a cute ability in terms of what it offers. However, if you're tanking entirely through passive, you don't need it. It is much more useful for objectives, we've seen, than it is for individuals. But individuals can still use it. It's less powerful, but also less intensive form of tanking. A marathon rather than a sprint. This is a Sweatlord build? In a sense, yeah, sure. If that's how you want to look at it. I feel like that's a little bit harsh, but sure. Does Renewal apply to excavators? Yes. Yes, it does. That was a big part of what we had to look at yesterday. In fact, yesterday we did a level cap circuit solo Oberon run. Level cap. So level 9,999 enemies were shooting at the excavators, and the excavators were not being one-shot. Very far from one-shot, actually. With a little bit of crowd control and active shooting, we were keeping the excavators completely alive. We lost 1 excavator out of 4 at a level cap circuit excavation, which is powerful. That said, a full Umbral Oberon would be stronger still. I think it would probably come out to be 2 to 3 times stronger in terms of defense. I think probably about 2 times stronger. Whether that would be enough to tank or not is hard to say, to be quite honest. And then you could also throw in, what's it called? Parasitic Armor. So with the circuit stuff here, yeah, with Smite Infusion, we were debating on Smite Infusion or something else in there, was it? What was it? Oh yeah, I think that one was going to be a optional redirection and replace that with the I just had the words. Parasitic Armor. Because Parasitic Armor would convert shields to armor at a ratio multiplied by your strength. So if your strength on this build would be... Yeah, it looks like the strength on this standard is going to be about 250-ish%, 260, somewhere in that ballpark. Then those 740 shields there, times 2.6 would be 1,924 armor, which is more armor than you get from Arcane Ultimatum. More armor than you get from Health Conversion. That's a chunk of armor. And with that chunk of armor, you could even potentially take out Arcane Ultimatum for something else. Potentially. But more armor is still more armor in terms of giving out more tank to stuff. So it's a matter of choice on that one. Linkot asking, does a full cast Oberon perform better or worse than using a Smite Augment and a good gun? In what context? Because absolutely no gun in the game can point at a level cap Xmas unit and guarantee you just snap your fingers and they die. No single gun that I'm aware of has complete level cap Xmas one-tap potential with no buffs behind it. Or just a single raw buff. You have to jump through hoops to get there. Whereas Smite, if you're up against a Xmas Murmur unit, you don't even need a buff. If you're against any non-Murmur units that isn't corrupted, then you do still need to give it a buff, either raw or with the Archon shards and a red proc, something like that. And then you still go, boop, it's dead. And not only is it dead, but everything around it went, bro, why did you have to die? You hurt me. Bang. So there's context. Like the context of receiving from Urs a $10 dono to the Quest to Conquer Cancer, saying, let's see how long you will have to stream, also have fun. Urs, thank you very much for the $10 dono there. Much appreciated. Once again on that, let's add the time there. There we go. That's added another 3.4 minutes to the timer. Sorry saying, I think dude shouldn't do so much damage against defense targets and excavators at high levels. This is a constant point that is raised. And I get it. I get it. People go against excavators, or sorry, they go up to defend the excavators or defense objectives and they go, no! Oh god, everything is horrible! We're losing! Now, was there not a point someone made earlier about how survival missions don't really allow for support frames to support? So where would a support frame... Where would a support frame get to do its supporting? Oh, I want... This is the thing that has been actually kind of hilarious to me in a sad way for the entire time I've been a content creator for Warframe, and in fact before then even. The entire time. Where people are like, I need my damage, I need to kill stuff, I want to kill. Come up against absolutely anything that isn't kill, and people just fall apart. Oh my god, spy missions, I have to sneak? What do you mean, laser grid? Why can't I just run through it? I'm invulnerable. Defend something? But they're doing so much damage. How am I supposed to defend? Gara doesn't exist. Zephyr doesn't exist. Banshee doesn't exist. Frost doesn't exist. Vauban doesn't exist. Fucking Harrow doesn't exist. Trinity doesn't exist. Oberon doesn't exist. None of those exist. Just, why can't damage do damage? Bleh. Now, with that over-dramatic rant aside, there is a balance to be struck. And this is part of the problem of circuits design in particular. Because typically, you go into a Warframe mission knowing what mission objective you have. Rescue, or capture, or spy. And interestingly, these ones are very mobile missions. This one with the idea of don't get caught. This one with the idea of catch someone in particular. This one the idea of save someone who got caught. But they're all very mobile missions. Versus Exterminate, which is a kill focused mission. You've got Interception, which is a kill and control focused mission. You've got Mobile Defense, which is optional kill or focus on control and defense. It is a timed hold the line mission. With individual missions, you could just go in and deal with it. Cool. Circuit is its own very special challenge. When you go for the circuit, you need to be ready for defense, excavation, exterminate, survival, void flood, assassination, alchemy. That's a lot. Now, exterminate, if you can't kill enough stuff, you just suck. There's no timer to it, just kill things. So, no one should be worrying about that. Likewise, alchemy is just kill stuff, but also you actively pick up the loot. That's it. If you can't handle alchemy, I'm sorry, Warframe probably isn't the game for you. So, that's out as well. But that still leaves the excavation defense, that still leaves the assassination, that still leaves the survival, and the void flood. Void Flood you can't lose, but it is one hell of a lot of mobility, during which time you're not maintaining kill stacks because you're too focused on moving around. So you have to either juggle keeping up your stacks of things that need to keep you alive, or have a way to recover after a period of downtime. So that is a build maintenance check, as well as just parkour. Assassination is a check against defeating a very specific boss and the 3 stages of that fight. That really does challenge your offensive and defensive capabilities there. And survival will challenge, not much of a challenge, but it is still a challenge as to your kill rate, because it doesn't give you quite enough life support in the towers. So you do actually need to have a kill rate. But the big standout are those defensive types. The big standout is the inclusion of excavation and defense. It requires and requests that you have a means to defend those objectives, either through soft CC or hard CC. And a lot of frames and builds don't bring that. A lot just bring Nothing of the sort. Now, that can get fixed by having other people in squad bring those defensive frames. But again, those defensive frames aren't guaranteed. Certainly if you're in a public mission, you really are at the whims of people picking just whatever they feel like picking. And that does become a mixed bag. Now, Opioki saying defense can still be solved with DPS, excavation is a lot harder. Defense can only be solved with DPS because they buffed the defense objective. Don't forget what changed already because of this very conversation point. Defense was previously the fuck it, we're quitting stage. If you saw defense coming around for the second or third time, you'd usually just have to give up, go home, because you're not going to risk all of your loot on it. DE then buffed the defense objective a lot, reduced the number of waves, which effectively buffs defense objective because it has to survive less, and they made it where even if you lose, you don't lose your stuff that you gained on all the waves up to doing defense. A triple whammy of making it far less of a problem. And then excavation, you can't lose, aside from, running out of lives, but you can struggle to progress because the excavators are dropped on a timer, but if they blow up too quickly, you've basically no progress. There are ways and means to get around this. The primary way and means is to simply bring crowd control. And a lot of frames do have various forms of crowd control that you can rely on. This is one of the areas where, weirdly enough, radiation is actually kind of useful. So let's go through it. Wukong's crowd control is basically non-existent. It's no good. You've got Defy and Cloudwalker have crowd control elements. It's not good enough. The Wu clone going around is a DPS focus. DPS is not crowd control. So that's no good. Lavos has it covered. Lavos can send out waves of radiation, can set up zones of slowing, zones of basically anything he wishes to do whatsoever, so he can have enemies slowed, turned on each other, doing anything other than focusing the objective. So Lavos can control the area. It's soft CC. Soft CC is sometimes all that you need. Mesa has a bit of crowd control. It's not amazing, but it is a bit of crowd control in shooting gallery, using that to make it where enemies can't attack. So that would be the go-to on that one. Caliban has hard CC with the Sentient Wrath ability, so that is Caliban's approach to it. Sentience can also be summoned to help distract the enemies and to try and tank through stuff. Noko, crowd control through putting enemies to sleep, should be pretty damn obvious. Equinox, also putting enemies to sleep, should be pretty damn obvious. And Ivara, putting enemies to sleep. You're seeing a certain recurring theme there. Limbo can shunt them into the Rift. Trinity is more of a tank focus as a support frame, and starts to run into issues on that because of how much tank she can't give to objectives. So that is it's a bit ironic that the support frame, the Queen of Healing, actually struggles a bit more to do that. Wisp can use her shock motes, can use her breach surge, so there's multiple different ways of controlling enemies right there. Revenant can use Enthrall, and Enthrall does some good work because not only does it control some targets, so they are hard CC'd, they are actively confusing other targets, and if you keep cycling through, you can shoot the weak ones to have just strong targets on your side. So that is great. Grendel, I don't think Grendel has a good CC worth mentioning, so Grendel has a weak spot there. Volt has the electric procs through capacitance, so can hard CC there. Loki, irradiated disarm or just straight up disarm, decoy and damage decoy. Loki's got a few tricks up his sleeve. Rhino stomp. So big ol' slam the area, that is a hard CC. Hildren's 4, hard CC. Titania, I believe, has a few CC features involved. They're a little bit finicky, but once you know how to use them, you can use them. Mirage isn't great on the CC side of things, but she has got her, let's say, explosive legerdemain general features along that side. Overall, she's more of a DPS focus, so she does have a weakness in this area. Gauss can set up cold zones for a bit of a control in that respect. It's not great, but he can do it. Ureli, yes, obviously, has a hell of a lot of control in her kit. She can get it done. Ash... I don't think Ash has any control, does he? We got Shuriken, Invis, Teleport, and finishers. Yeah, no control on Ash. Nova, Slover, obvious. Nyx has mind control, chaos, as well as just absorb. Yep, Nyx can get plenty of control done. Inaros, Sandstorm, Sarin, Molt, but it's not much. Dante... Dante's more of a tank focus. Varuna, again, doesn't really have a control option. She's got a lot of things she can do, but control isn't really her area. Octavia, amazing control. Protea has a soft control, but also she could just really hold a point. Zephyr, amazing control. Gara, amazing area denial and control, I suppose. Necros can use a equivalent of radiation effect by having just so many summons. It's a soft CC, but it can work. It can work. Hydroid, multiple forms of control. Banshee, multiple forms of softer control. It's not really great. She's more of a damage amplifier at that tier. As much as she's got controlling effects, she's not great at applying them. Kome, great CC available. Valkyria, pretty bad options for CC, I'll be quite honest. There is Paralysis, but again, Paralysis is pretty bad. Yeah. Terrify doesn't exist. Oh yeah, I forgot about Terrify. My bad. Yep, Terrify can also be used as CC. My bad. Kalevo, not really great on the CC. There is a bit of staggering on the 4, but that's not a particularly reliable method. However, Kalevo is very good at just decapitating groups of enemies at once, so it works out. Zaku, amazing CC. Neja, amazing CC. Styanax has moderate weak CC, I'd say. Yeah, Styanax is a bit weak on the crowd control side. Very good for the team tank, but that doesn't work for excavators. Sevagoth, great CC. Absolutely great. Citrine, pretty good CC. Oberon, as we've already previously covered, plenty of soft CC and also amazing objective healing. Atlas, strong CC with Petrify. We already covered Wisp. Harrow, decent crowd control when it comes to using his Condemn. It's only decent because it is continuous cone casting, so you got a lot of work to keep it up. Excalibur, Radial Blind, or Radial Howl is about the best he's got there. It works, but you need to build into it more than a lot of people usually do. Garuda, not really good for CC. No, not really good for CC, so she is a bit of a weak spot there. Corvex, Radprox go burr, especially with the Chirinka Pillars, so he's got soft CC there. Frost, if you have to ask if Frost's got CC, what are you even thinking about? Jinx asking, would you consider Collective Curse a CC because if they're dead, they're controlled? No. No, Jinx, no. Because then you get Saren players going, I'm a control freak! No. You can try and kill a bunch of enemies, but there's a bunch more in the area you weren't looking. The whole point is you need to cover the ones you're not actively shooting. So yeah. Still not acknowledging Mace's blind augment? Sorry, Goomba, did I not mention literally everything in the game whilst I'm going through a list of stuff? My apologies. Anyway, Jade, not amazing in terms of control. She's got some aspects to her, and yeah, she's got the Ophnum Eyes for this eventual slowing effect. I don't think Jade is amazing as a frame overall. I don't think so. Why do I have 2 Araxias? Farmed 1, gifted 1. Korra, again, if you need to ask if she can CC, you haven't played Korra. Ember... Ember's got a little bit of CC, but it's not particularly great. Again, she's more of a tank and damage dealer. Mag, plenty of CC. Araxia, plenty of CC. Vauban, amazing on the CC. Chroma, pretty damn lacking. Dagath, yeah, I don't think Dagath has CC worth mentioning either. Like, there is stumbling effects, but nothing that's really control. Cytonine, nope. Just not happening. Temple doesn't really have CC either, do they? No. New. Jaya can shock a bunch of enemies, does have multiple crowd control elements built in as well, so she's got Nidus, Lava, Baruch, Sleep, and I think that brings us through all of them, yeah. Doesn't guitar shoot ice? The fact that you can use it to apply procs is not enough for an actual CC effect. Because again, if you're shooting something, it's not enough. Crowd control has crowd in the word, or in the phrase, and that is a very important aspect of it. If you are targeting enemies, you are not controlling them, you are dealing with individual targets. The whole aspect of CC is slowing down the group so that you can attend to threats before those threats overwhelm what you're protecting. So bringing it all together, there's only a handful of frames that innately don't have a at least soft CC option to maintain defensive objectives. The difficulty is in knowing what those soft CCs are, how to utilize them, and therefore how to make up for them. And even then, when it comes to something like excavation in the circuit, the excavators don't scale enough to allow that soft CC to really shine. And you enter into a difficult spot of, if they're strong enough that they can survive under soft CC, for a casual player, they're then strong enough to survive under no CC for a high-intensity DPS player, and then high-intensity DPS just becomes the de facto answer to a lot of stuff. Is the Cyarted good? It's a crowd control. It's ensnare in a gun, so yeah. Would you like to have ensnare without spending a subsume slot? Then it's good. So yeah. Oh, did I not make that a command? Shit. Oopsies. Oh well. That's a command I need to sort out. Let me put that on my to-do list. Where'd my pen go again? There we are. Cyarted command. You look for it? Yeah. I mean, if you go to YouTube, you go, the Kengineer Cyarted, you're fine. Because I did make a video on it, didn't I? Solancy saying, HYCYBH, have you checked your background housing? Here, you could yeet boiling hot pockets. Hear ye, children, ye belong in heaven. Oh, it says, so have you checked your butthole? Right, okay. Fair enough. I can see why I wasn't going to get that, because, yeah, especially as Kylo puts it there, butthole is one word, fair enough. That's a new one to me. That is a new one to me. But yeah, in terms of the circuit, it's a really tough balancing act when you think about it. It is a really tough balancing act on their side, in having a variety of objectives, in having setups where you're encouraged to bring a variety loadout to handle the variety of challenges, but then you don't really get to choose your weapons. You can't rely on weapons in particular to do it for you. So it has to be the particular builds within your Warframes. You get 5 Warframes to pick from. If you really wanted to pick, say, for example, Stalker doesn't really have a control option, does he? I've actually kind of forgotten most of his kit at this point. Stalker... Let's see. Stalker playable. That's what I wanted. Abilities, teleport, marks, to stun a target, smoke screen, that's just invis, punishment, absorb incoming damage, cast it back at enemies. Nope, no CC. No CC. And that means then that excavation and defense, excavation in particular, you are struggling. At that point, you just need someone else to do the job for you. And that's no good. That's no good. So yeah, in Oberon's case, because Oberon brings a pretty strong soft CC as well as heals, as well as sustain, Oberon has that room to just keep going in the circuit quite handily. And then also can kick ass in other areas as well. He's not a DPS frame, but he can deal damage. He is very much a soft control, hard support frame. Soft control, hard support. Don't say that, Flo. Don't say that. No, it's not happening. Today is actually the last day, by the way, of QTCC. Because as much as, you know, October ends tomorrow, today is the final stream from DE. Today is the day that DE join the line as this is the end of their part of the campaign. The 30 days are done. So today is the end of the QTCC campaign. And in light of that, it means that with the stream almost certainly continuing to, well, not almost certainly, certainly continuing tomorrow, I will be discontinuing the QTCC dono part of the Tip-athon for tomorrow's stream. Just to, again, recognize that that's how that is. So the stream will continue, the timer will continue, but just to reflect where things are at, where you're drawing the line on giveaways and everything like that. Speaking of, I've been live for, what? How long now? Oh, shit me, well over an hour. It's about time we do some giveaways, isn't it? Let's see, what have we got on the giveaway list here? Oh, that's a bunch. That is a bunch. Let's do a bunch then. Let's do a couple, what's it? A couple hundred plats. Flo asking if we reach 7,500 today, will we get made stream tomorrow? We've got the dev stream tomorrow, so I'd do it Sunday. I mean, no, we could do it for dev stream, couldn't we? Yeah, fuck it. If we hit 7,500, we'll do it for dev stream. My voice is not getting a chance to warm up. It's constantly fighting with early day gravel. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm careful with my words, Fury. I'm careful with my words, as in I can just simply acknowledge the promises I have already made, and therefore will keep. I'm still upset with myself for finding it necessary to adjust the, the rates at which this Tip-athon continues. But it is absolutely necessary. And if people want me to go into more transparency on that, I can do, but quite frankly, most of you saw it, or at least can see from the pings what was said and why. But yeah. Just lean to gravel, go for full Christian Bale Batman voice. It doesn't really carry the right tone I like to bring to things. That doesn't carry the right tone. Anyway, getting distracted. Giveaways. Let's load this up. Let's do... We'll meter this out a bit, because we've got plenty of time still to go. So, have we? Actually, we haven't, because more could happen. Let's load up the giveaway handler. Let's move my face out of the way. And let's open this up. We're going to do 3 lots of 100 platinum. 3 lots of 100 platinum. If you'd like to win this, exclamation mark win QTCC in the chat for a chance to win that. And it looks like my chat window has frozen. How did that happen? There we go. There we are. Okay, I can see it all come through. I was like, people sliding in on screen and I'm not seeing any messages. What happened? There we are. There we are. So yeah, with regards to what happened, originally all the sub, tips, bits, and QTCC dono times that are showing up on the screen there as to how much extension there is, those were triple what they are now. because I'll be quite honest, it feels conceited. It feels utterly conceited to have 40 seconds for a sub. It just feels wrong to me. It does. And I can only apologize on it being quite like that. But at the same time, I also don't want it to be more time for subs and tips than it is for QTCC stuff, because this is still in connection with QTCC, and yet at the same time, like, we had over $1,000 of donation to Quest Conquer Cancer just in yesterday's stream. If I didn't make the changes that I had made, the timer currently, instead of being just under 9 hours, would be, I think, just under 16 or 17 hours. So yeah, that's a lot. I promised more than I could deliver by not realizing just how much you lot would deliver. I'll be quite honest, I expected that we would have a handful of tips, a handful of donos, a few subs here or there, and we would hit about 7, 8, maybe 9 hours of stream. I'd get to maybe 3 AM, collapse out and be done with him. Like, yay, wasn't that great? I was so very wrong. And quite honestly, I can only apologize for my lack of foresight on that. I didn't think it through far enough. I was naive on that one. So that's why the timer increases dropped by 2/3. And it's why we had to do the pause to sleep, because let's face it, health comes first. Health comes first. I'm not gonna keel over and perish for the sake of a single moment here, because then it ruins everything in the future, doesn't it? So yeah, that's all the rundown on that, at least on the surface level of stuff. And again, I can only apologize for just setting expectations that I couldn't meet. So, last call on this, we have got this triple draw of 100 platinum, exclamation mark win QTCC for a chance to win that there. Remind as well, if you're not in it to win it, then you're missing out. As it's a triple draw, 3 people will be winners, so at the moment you've got about a 1 in 12 chance of winning. Tank it, all one word, no space. Exclamation mark win QTCC, all as one word. Yeah, guys, you're surrounded. Friends on all sides. And now, Sankit has come to kick you in the head. Well, that was... Alright, I mean, that works. Well, let's go ahead and do our draw. 36 entries, 3 prizes, 1 in 12 chance of winning. I mean, odds don't usually get any better than that for plat prizes, do they? Let's have a look then. With you guys sliding on in. Solancy taken out, Jester's not having a chance there, Andrew removed from running, Darkwolf Steel, not for you. Here are our winners of this series of giveaways, and just to start on what we got on this stream today.
Excellent work, Tenno. The extraction point is up ahead.
Congratulations, Ductile Wheel 465, Cat of Cosmo, and Holy Cross _S. Congratulations to 3 of you there, and enjoy the 100 plats coming your way. It looks like I've got the details for all 3 of you, so that is splendid as well. That is splendid. We'll get that sent on over through DE in the first week of November. This is all as a result of the generosity of this community in terms of supporting QTCC. Much appreciated. Alright, let's get all the rest of the stream back up and running on this side of things. There we go. No way? Yeah, way. Absolutely. I mean, I did say 1 in 12 odds of winning are... pretty damn good odds. Pretty damn good odds. So let's just mark off those as done. There we go. I am just going to, because of how much we've had going on, I'm going to just very quickly triple check the giveaway listings to make sure I'm not missing anything. So it will be just a moment on that, because I really need to make sure I do not overpromise on giveaways. There is no take-backsy on that. So let's see. 29th, that was yesterday, so we did Valkyrie Heirloom, which we still got to do one of those today. 1, 2, 3, 4 lots of 100 plat, 3 lots of 250, and a prime access. Yeah, cool. We're good. We're good. We're good. 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 I still can't believe we managed to hit a 7th prime access giveaway on the channel. That's insanity to me. What were the prizes anyway? Just join. This has happened like 4 times in 2 weeks. 4 times in 2 weeks. How do people win giveaways? First enter a giveaway and then second win it and not know what you're entering for? It's not even that long between me saying there's a giveaway and then drawing it, and I say what you've won at the moment you won it and how it's been delivered. I am perplexed that this keeps happening. To answer your question, Sankit, what you joined in for and what was happening in terms of the giveaway there was for 3 lots of... Oh, you didn't win. Sorry, yeah, you didn't win, but you still joined in, asked. Joined in and then asked after the fact. It's like... 3 lots of 100 plat giveaways, yeah. You didn't win, so fair enough. But you still joined a giveaway and then ask what it's about after it's all done and dusted. I just... Oh boy. I mean, Jinx, you're not wrong. Jinx saying people check out mentally and just see people typing the giveaway command and copy. You're not wrong because it goes beyond the giveaway command. It's beyond the giveaway command. We've had people come in, see one of the moderators type out a command, and so they literally copy-pasted the exact message the moderator sent. What the moderator had typed in was a command to save their Warframe username and platform so that if they won a giveaway, I would know where to send the prize. So what that person did is they set the place to send prizes they won as to the moderator. They didn't question it. They didn't think for a moment what they were typing in. They literally just saw the moderator typing in a command, Elliot here, and just copied the entire thing verbatim with not a single brain cell activated as to why they were doing it. I'm just... Bruh. Now, to be very clear, on my own admin side of things, I would pick that up and go through and be like, hang on, wait, this username is flagged in red because I have my spreadsheet set up to check for usernames which are either identical or nearly identical. And when that happens, go, ha, yeah, that's not supposed to happen. There is something wrong with these users here. Is someone trying to get multiple entries? And where that happens, I will just invalidate it. So I do keep an eye out for that. Venoman, that command isn't active because there isn't a giveaway happening right at this moment. You missed the giveaway. The next one will be later on in stream. Because we've still got a bunch left to do. But we are splitting them up a bit, you know? Bit over time. Considering how long the stream's got to go for. Right now, onto the Oberon stuff. I don't think there's any further testing to do here. I am kind of labouring the points to make sure I am absolutely certain on all of it. Let's give this one its subsume. So circuit 1 can have the subsume of, it was, parasitic shields. Parasitic armor even. Hello Embriage, welcome on in. Yeah, replacing Smite was the weak point, so we're replacing Smite on the circuit 1 build. You just got your 180th login? Nice! I think I hit a little bit more on stream yesterday. How's Oberon? Oberon's doing quite well, yeah. Recently come back from the cleaners, got their laundry sorted out. They added in a nice new fresh scent, which Oberon is very happy with. Scent of summer forest, he really likes it. So yeah, he's feeling pretty happy. What's the best way to deal with Tekrot Bat Battles? Shoot them. Until they stay dead. It works. Is the decoy build name a Yu-Gi-Oh reference? No. It's literally a stutter. it's just a stutter. How can you reach 400 logins by the end of the week, guys? Oh, there's actually a way to do that. Yes, thank you. There's a way to do that. What you do is first, you go out and you find a weird little construct called Lloyd, and you activate the Kalimos sequence, and then you meet up with the real Lloyd, and you go back in time to more than 400 days ago and start playing Warframe then. And having done that, then you'll have succeeded. Do bear in mind you will be crossing timelines. This may lead to issues with Langoliers, may lead to issues with the TVA, may lead to issues with paradoxes that the Doctor has to come and fix. All kinds of things go wrong. Like, don't mess with time travel. It sucks. You won't become your own grandpa, but your own grandpa might punch you in the face for existing. There's that. If you encounter yourself, you might start itching, and various organizations start getting involved then as well. You started playing in 2013, so I mean you have to go before 2013. I mean, if you started playing in 2013 and you're at 175 login days, that's just a skill issue. That is just a skill issue, quite frankly. I started playing in 2019. So, you know, get good. Dear. Can't believe you joined us to get roasted. Welcome to the Kenjiner streams. They are not like the Kenjiner videos. The Kenjiner videos are where I teach you how to play the game. Here is where I teach you the teacher has sass. If I could reach through the camera and slap some people, you wouldn't be one of them just yet, but there are others here who know they would receive one. The regulars here who are in need of one, they know who they are. You know who they are. What if you want one? Keep that to yourself. Quite frankly. There we are. Byte, same play. So Byte started in 2017 is 400 days. Jinx started in April as 180. Love it. And here's me with just like 2k. It's, you know, it might be something because it's like my job. But I think, looking through these again, so Panzerpalooza, satisfied, that's, it's gone far enough. There's not really further to take it. We don't need more duration. We don't need more efficiency. We can't get more range, and we don't need more strength. So stats-wise, Panzerpalooza is as strong as it gets. Equilibrium is necessary for the energy income. All the rest of it is given the stats that is needed. Growing power is the only real weak spot, which could be replaced with something else, but frankly, I don't think it... We've already been over Arcane's... sorry, not Arcane's Aura. There's nothing better there. This is giving us our energy max. We need that. This is giving us our further strength. We need that. So yeah, that build is done. Circuit stuff, aside from having those flex slots and flex arcanes, which we did cover earlier, those are where they are, so that is good. Have I got a video regarding Equinox? I have one from 5 years ago. I recommend you don't go watch it. I don't think it's even accessible anymore. That's how old and stupid it is. So, technically, no, I don't. Was there... Did I cover Equinox in the updated Nuke guide? Might have done. Can't remember at this point, sorry. Also with this, was there any change we want to make because we're taking off Smite Fusion? No, we've made all the changes there, so that's fine. Alright then. Hello there, we tested it out and this was satisfactory. Are there any changes or amendments we can make here? Duration is a multiplier to damage, so we want the duration as well as the strength. And frankly, I think we've hit all of the relevant breakpoints there. Although, question. Duration is a multiplier to damage, but this gives us 200% duration. Hold on. This was something that was on my mind earlier about this, and I forgot that I was thinking about it, but now it's just come back to me. So if I do 75.9 times 169, just for a simple multiplier of stuff there, ignoring conditional bonuses, that's 12,827. But if I swap this to... a bit further down, there it is. August Secrets.
Since you bullied me, you get to stream for 40 extra seconds. Take that.
Better. Oh no, what do I... Sankit, thank you very much for subscribing. Apparently that's bringing you up to 2 months there. So, much appreciated on that. You got a lovely bronze badge next to your name there. Thank you for adding 40 seconds to the timer. Much appreciated. But yeah, looking at this here, because we get so much duration from Hallowed Eruption, we don't need these other duration mods so strictly when we can fit in strength. Right? So let's see, can we take that further? We got Umbral Intensify because that's going to give us a big old bufferinos over there. Archon Intensify is worse because we don't expect Renewal to actually be healing things. We got our Power Drift already equipped. I'm looking at what we can take out Constitution for. We could take it out for more range, but I'd like to have Strength instead. Is there a worthwhile Strength at this point? I don't think there is. Because we don't want Blind Rage, we need the efficiency. We can't fit those. Energy Conversion isn't really that good for how this works. Precision Intensify won't work. This is only 15%, which to lose 28% ability duration doesn't seem like the right way to go about it. Not to mention it doesn't fit polarities. No, I can just swap those. Overall, not great though. Power Donation is no good. Intensify doesn't fit. We're into unranked stuff now. So that's a no bueno. What login number am I at? Over 2,000. I forget how much it was yesterday. I think it was like 2,082, something like that. But yeah, over 2,000. Yeah, looking at this, there's not really a place I can squeeze in more strength. And replacing Constitution for the extra range. I mean, how much do we get? Or rather, how much do we lose? So at the moment, it is 193 multiplied by 71.1. I'm ignoring the 0.1 shouldn't exist to just make this easy. 13.7k damage. If I swap this in, it drops down to 12.6k. So we lose 1,000 damage to increase the radius to 39.7 meters, up from 35.25. Honestly, losing 1k damage for 4 meters range, I don't think that's worth it. I don't think that's worth it. What did it even give you to 2,000 days? They gave you, I think it was like a Riven cache or something. Or a set of boosters. I can't remember exactly. It was some big old thing. But yeah, I mean, if we go into profile and stats, my in-mission time is 2,614 hours. And then there's all the time that I spend in Arsenal, theory crafting, trading, all the other bits and pieces as well. I don't play through Steam, so I don't have an actual logged in time. And to be honest, there's a lot of it's open in the background whilst I'm doing other stuff and research. But suffice to say, I have a lot of hours in Warframe related things. In fact, at this point, I think it's fair to say I've spent more time on Warframe than I spent on my degree. Yeah, I don't think there's any question about that. I've spent more time on Warframe than I spent on my degree. Which would sound ridiculous, except for the fact that it is my job. So it's fine. Not playing on Steam? No, I'm not playing it on Steam. I have it loaded through Steam as a non-Steam game, but I'm just using the straight-up launcher. So it's fine. Here for 11 hours submission, can you make a case of DE for sure-footed? Oh, Sankit, yeah, you can actually. Yeah. In fact, you don't even need to reach out to DE. Look at this. You can just get sure-footed. And this is why you need to be very careful when you ask a genie for a wish. Gotta be specific. But I say the fact that it's passed your degree in time kind of rocks. Kinda, I mean, you know, university is 3 years, I've been a content creator for 5 years, so immediately it makes sense there, full-time content creation and all that lot. There's also the aspect that my degree did not go well. My degree did not go well. Just say, is there a reason for that, or just because? I mean, how you play Warframe? I don't understand your question. Sorry. Some people you need more than 3 years. True. Yeah, for some people it's more than 3 years. That's true, but not for me. Now, how are you supposed to know the mod exists? I mean, primed sure-footed indicates a lack of a primed one, but hey, you know, not all of us pay attention. Some of us enter giveaways without knowing what they are. It is what it is. Why do I play Warframe not through Steam? It's just a history of games that have launchers running through Steam being worse than just running them themselves. The only reason I run it as a non-Steam game through Steam is so that Steam can pick it up for screenshotting purposes. That's literally all I use it for. Just because it does a better screenshot. For every other purpose, it's better to just have the game as the game. This comes... I think this really locked in with EVE Online, actually. EVE Online, when it had its first Steam Play option, was absolutely terrible. There were so many issues with it that anytime anyone picked it up and started having issues, the first question people would ask was, are you playing through Steam? Yes? Right, okay. Stop, download EVE Online from the main website, get in touch with support, ask them to move your account from Steam to just being a not Steam account so you can keep playing your character. Support gets this all the time, just go do it. And because of things like that and other games going through the same, if it's not a game meant to be played through Steam, if it has its own standalone launcher, I will just use the launcher where I can. I don't need more layers and wrappers, I don't trust them. Now. Not all mods have a standard counterpart. Prime Chamber exists. Uh-huh. Prime Chamber is a gold mod. Besides, are there any other bits and pieces in chambers? There's Hell's Chamber, Split Chamber, Charge Chamber, in fact. So, good point, Ellie. Well done. I didn't even realise that mod existed myself, so... kind of proving Sanket's point for themselves there, but yeah. What do you know? What do you know? Ellie wins this one. Credit to Ellie. They can be equipped together? Well, yeah, because it's not a legendary mod. Of course not. I have one of those, isn't it super rare? It used to be Sanket, and then it's not. Welcome back to Warframe, by the way. It used to be rare, then DE went, lol, not anymore. And stonks really get stunk. So it's a bad day for scalpers and collectors. Well, just the scalpers. Collectors don't care, because collectors collect things. Not to sell, to collect. Scalpers deprive people of things to raise the prices on them. Are all clans kind of dead? Plenty of people, but no one really doing anything together? DE didn't really make Warframe as a game where people do things together in that way. So, like, you can have a clan of friends, but it is just a clan of friends. The actual purpose of a clanning game has nothing to do with playing with others. It just doesn't. So if you want a clan of people that play together, you're looking for friends. That's what you're looking for. Okay, I've done a lot of rambling. Let's get on to the writing now, because it is time to start talking about Oberon. Let's start specking out how we're going to go about this. No Necros link, no Necros guide. At least I don't think I did a Necros guide. No, I don't think I did. Okay, so as we're switching over to this, let's switch over to using a main screen view so you guys can see that as well. Oh, I'm going to want to have that on the other side, otherwise it's going to block your view of it. Let's do that there. There we go. Yeah, I did remember to close the pawn, you can't see that. Alright. There are plenty of clans looking out for players? Of course there are. But the The difficulty is finding a clan that actually acts like a clan of friends, though. And this is something that happens in every single game ever that just has groups of people. You will get people going, hey, the groups of people I joined sucked. You know what? I can make a group of people that doesn't suck. I have made a group of people. People, come in, let's be a group. And then you enter the group, they go, okay, so what does the group do? They go, do? Oh. User's gone offline. Do I have a clan? Yes. I don't invite people to it, though, as a matter of course, because it is basically just a blueprint dispenser. Because again, there's no mechanical benefit aside from a blueprint dispenser to being in that clan. If you want to do things with people, you just go do the things with the people. We have a community over on the Discord. People can go to the Discord and just talk to each other there and do missions there. It doesn't need the in-game clan mechanic. So the in-game clan that we have is a blueprint dispenser. Okay, so after languishing in the depths of the forest, Oberon has arisen to see the light of day again. With this paladin of... Do I want to do a paladin or something? No, with this paladin styled frame, utilizing the objectively weakest weakest element in the game. What is Oberon really good for these days? I'm the engineer. Let's solve a practical problem. There we go. Also, you're going to hear a lot of typing from this, of course. And then it goes through the music. And for those curious, this is also how I'm able to have the closed caption set up appropriately for all of the videos, because I do straight up script out what I want to say in the way that I talk. I'll then reprocess, as you'll see throughout the stream, reprocess how I'm going through it. When I do the recording, if I change wording again on cleaning up the recording, I'll edit the script on that basis. So when it comes to video go live, I take script, pop it into YouTube, and YouTube goes, yeah, that's better than what we could do. Thumbs up, and off it goes. This is why you see I'm Nick Engineer, let's solve a practical problem, rather than what YouTube likes to do, which is I'm Nick Engineer, let's solve a practical problem, which is what YouTubers love to do a few times over. I'm like, how did it not even get the word practical? Do I have to time the captions? YouTube's AI can hear what I'm saying and match it to the words. So this is why YouTube auto captions is 80% accurate, which is not enough, is it's listening to the words. And then, because I give it the actual words, it goes, oh, practical, right, yes. Cool, so that times in with that. It's not perfect, but it does a damn good job of it. It does a damn good job of it, and that saves me a hell of a lot of time. Quite frankly, I don't know if I would be able to do captions to the extent that I do without that feature, because it is a lot of work to time out captions. Even more so if you then also want to add formatting to it. The formatting I did on the, let's say the Dan series is a lot of work. A lot. Okay, so we got the opening up just after languishing in the depths of the forest. Oberon has risen to see the light of day again with this paladin-styled frame, utilizing the objectively weakest element in the game. What is Oberon really good for these days? I'm the engineer. Let's solve a practical problem. Yeah, that's a simple enough opener. Let's have a go with that. Happy I say, imagine putting in your own captions also trains YouTube AI for other auto captions. Hey, if it gives people better auto captions, fuck it. That's just a better world for everyone, so I'll take it. Is this Microsoft Word from Windows 97? This is OpenOffice. It looks more like the Word that my generation grew up on, and so it feels cozy and workable. It doesn't try to invent at the wheel again, it's just a goddamn word processor, and that's all I need. A goddamn word processor. I'd use Notepad, except this is a bit more functional than Notepad, so I need that. It is not missing Clippy. If Clippy appeared, I would shoot it. Okay. Post rework, Oberon's 4 abilities, 4 active abilities, haven't been replaced at all. But the way they work has been significantly overhauled for a more coherent kit. His passive, on the other hand, has gone from meme to dream. The new passive means whenever Oberon picks up a health orb, he and all allies... is there a range on that? I forget. Is it affinity range? Yeah, it's affinity range. Alright. In all allies in affinity range gain a stack of... Do they give it a name? Yes, they do. And they don't. Grants righteous negation. There we are. Yeah, the next hit each player would receive is entirely negated. No damage or status taken. And the protection lingers for, I think it's 0.3 seconds? I think it is? Balls. I'm going to verify that by wiki version. I'm fairly certain it's 0.3 seconds, but I'm going to just see, does wiki say the same number, or do I have to check this further? Wiki says 0.25. Okay. Also, apparently 0.5 on last charge. You know what? We don't need to be overly specific on this one. Because it's 0.25 on some of the charges, 0.5 on others, for a fraction of a second. This is called a practical obfuscation of information. Because I could be very specific here. It's 0.25 seconds, unless it's the last charge, in which case it's 0.5 seconds. But that extra amount of detail is too much detail. If you know it, you know it. If you don't know it, do you need to learn it right here and then? And the answer is no. So if you ever wonder why sometimes I seem to skip a particular detail, it's because I'm simply judging it as too much detail. We don't need to go into it. So, the next hit each player will receive is entirely negated, no damage or stay is taken, and the protection lingers for a fraction of a second. Flow Thought saying, do Universal Orbs also count to stack up the passive? Yes, Universal Orbs are both Health Orb and Energy Orb. If at any point it ever is querying one of those two orbs, a Universal Orb is also that type of orb. Always, every single time. That's the whole point of them. So yeah, it does work. So, no damage or stay is taken, the protection lingers for a fraction of a second. Each player can have up to 3 stacks of this effect individually, with it remaining even if the player leaves Oberon's affinity range. This is enough to be Oberon's entire tank if you use it correctly. With a decent supply of health orbs and sufficient control to slow down the rate of attacks you receive, you basically cannot die. As it so happens, Oberon's kit facilitates just that. So that covers the passive and gives us a segue into the kit. Starting at the end, Oberon's fourth ability is Reckoning. It'll lift up enemies in range and line of sight, irradiate them, damage them, slam them into the ground, leaving them open for ground finishers, and mark them to drop a health orb on death 50% of the time. That specificity is needed there, so it's clear that it's a chance-based thing. So mark them to drop a health orb on death 50% of the time, whether killed by this ability or something else soon after. Right, is that a run-on sentence? It looks long, but is it long when said? Starting at the end, Oberon's fourth ability is Reckoning. It'll lift up enemies in range and line of sight, irradiate them, damage them, slam them into the ground, leaving them open for ground finishers, and mark them to drop a health orb on death 50% of the time, whether killed by this ability or something else soon after. It is a bit of a run-on sentence, but it is carrying all of the details. So, it's not too shabby. Sometimes a sentence that just kind of keeps going helps sell the point as to the broad spectrum effectiveness of the ability. I missed the armor strip. Oopsies. Irradiate them, armor strip them, strip their armor. It just sounds better. So, it'll lift up enemies in range and line of sight, irradiate them, strip their armor, damage them, slam them into the ground, leave them open for ground finishers, and mark them to drop a health orb on death 50% of the time, whether killed by this ability or something else soon after. Yeah. It is a seriously broad, multifunction ability. Covering control, damage, and recovery. Control... Yeah, it's control, damage, and recovery, that's fine. A 3-point hit. It doesn't have to say every detail, because we just said every detail. Hit, hit, hit. Control, damage, recovery. 3-point detail. This already gives us the source of health orbs to maintain Oberon's passive, as well as the double whammy of control through knockdown and radiation. Alright, see you around, Calm. Take care. As well as double whammy of control through knockdown and radiation. The damage on Reckoning is scaled in part by the number of radiation procs already on a target. So we may want to get them there first by another means. Enter Hallowed Ground. Hallowed Ground, Oberon's 2, will cover a wide area around Oberon in irradiating plants. For Oberon and his allies, these plants protect from status effects and enhance the healing of renewal, More on that in a second. And more on that in a second. For enemies, they become irradiated very rapidly, turning on each other and primed for their reckoning. Simple, yeah. From Smolson, by the way, I don't know if you know, but Smite, Armor, and Overguard Strip, but the Overguard Strip also happen is the AoE as well. The Overguard Strip is from the AoE as well, does it? Didn't realise that. Is that a feature of stripping the Overguard, or is that a feature of damaging the target? How do we verify that? It's a strip. Let's see. How can we verify this? Oh, wrong one.
The multitude of creatures you have immortalized would cry out in
Smolson, slow down. Let's verify what Smolson's claiming here. So, if it is a strip, I think I have an idea how I can test this. So, let's get some Xmas troopers in. And then just a trooper. Pause the AI. And let's go over here. Get rid of our companion for the moment so they don't get in the way. And let's set this up with our lower range set. Therefore, the AoE on this is, it's still 8.7 meters. And we should be able to work with that. Okay. So, with this then, let's have a look. This guy shouldn't have enough hit points to remove their Overguard, I wouldn't think. Actually, yeah, I can just bring in a really low level target, can't I? Yeah. Good point, Flo. Good point. Get rid of these. And drop this down to level... let's make it a little bit higher so it doesn't just insta-blap. Makes it a bit easier to see what's going on. Okay. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Smolson, you're incorrect. No. Not even close to armor stripping, to overguard stripping. If I hit this one now it looks like it did, but that's because this guy had so many hit points, it cut through that amount of overguard. So no, Smolson, you are absolutely incorrect. Sorry, mate. Don't know where you got that idea from. And this is why we test what people say. Yeah, that's why I have to test. Bonk stick? No bonk stick, no. Smolson can wallow in what they've just done there. No, Ellie, you don't get to moderate people just for being incorrect. If we did that, we'd have like 5 viewers left and you wouldn't be one of them. Now. This isn't a slab, but Smolson does need to let me know where they got this idea from. Remember someone on YouTube say it strips in the area? Well, that someone on YouTube needs to stop making YouTube videos. Because it's very demonstrably incorrect. Very demonstrably incorrect. As in, I just demonstrated it. So, yeah. Here's none of it. So, back to what I was writing then. So, Hallowed Ground. Oberons 2 will cover a wide area around Oberon in irradiating plants. For Oberon and its allies, these plants protect from status effects and enhance the healing of renewal. More on that in a second. For enemies, they become irradiated very rapidly, turning on each other, and primed for their reckoning. Hence the time with reckoning. Dredgerfarer, I have no idea what you're referencing. Yeah. How many options are there in the Fairy Light secret menu? There's only 6, and some of them are absolutely horrible. So we've got 1, which, what the fuck is that? Who wants that? That's basically just going to kill people. 2, that's going to kill even more people. 3, even more death. 4, it is set to a fast speed at the moment, that's 4. 5, and 6. Ugh. Let's set the speed to minimum. Minimum speed is more manageable, but it's still a mess. So, light. But there we are. Okay, with this, yeah. Inflicts radiation damage to all enemies within radius, grants protection against Sailor's face, Oberon and its allies. Yeah. You want secret menu 6. Okay. Boop. There you are. There you are. So yeah, these plants protect from Sailor's effects, enhance the healing of renewal, more on that in a second. For enemies, they become irradiated very rapidly, turning on each other, and prime for their reckoning. Yep, nice and simple. I'm basically out of drink. Cheers. In fact, because I am low on drink at this point, we are running until 4:30 UK time today, because then that's when D are doing their stream. So we'll be wrapping up then and continuing the timer later. Yeah, before I continue with this script writing, when did we last do the draws? Let me just keep a check on that. That was... yeah, it was about an hour ago. Yeah, might as well do the next round now. What is UK time right now? It is 21 minutes past 1 in the afternoon. 13:21 for those of you who prefer 24-hour clock. Yes, indeed. So yeah, let's see. We recently did all of those. I feel like we gave away that 500 plat. Hold on, let me check that. Heirloom, 50s, Prime Access packs. Yeah, we did do that, I just didn't mark it off. Oopsies. Yeah, let's do a couple 100 Platerinos. Do you have to put your hash number in when typing in the IGN? No. You don't need to put that in. If you want to put it in, you can. It helps, I guess, verify, but it's not necessary. It's not necessary. What's left for giveaways? We have a few 100 plat packs to go, and in fact, we did gain yet another from the donates we've had today, so I should add on that as well. So I guess instead of doing 2, we'll do 3 to make sure we get through them. So let's kill that music, get this up, load this up onto here, there we go. Forgot we're still on main screen. Oopsies. There we are. And yeah, we've still got the Valkyrie Heirloom to do as well. We'll get around to that one. Has the Prime Access been given away? That was done last night. Cosmo says, should I enter if I've won earlier? That is entirely up to you. You only enter giveaways if you would like to receive the prize. If you would not like to receive the prize, whether you already have it and therefore don't need another for things that cannot be duplicated, or you feel like it will be unfair, that is on you. You decide. But if you want to enter, you enter. If there are restrictions, I'll let people know about those restrictions. So, let's open this up. We've got 3 lots of 100 plat. If you'd like a chance to win one of those 3 lots of 100 plat, ! win QTCC in the chat. I'm going to move my webcam out the way for the moment. ! win QTCC in the chat for a chance to win that. Whilst y'all enter, I'm going to go grab myself a refill of my water. BRB. Alright, I'm back from my water. Let's have a look at what we are doing here. Ellie, you don't need to remind people on the IGN command, because we can cover it when the giveaway does the draw. You don't need to remind people of it anymore. If someone pops up as a winner and they've not used IGN, we can announce it right there and then. If they still don't do it, well, they entered the giveaway and then ran away. That's on them. Yeah. Exactly, less work. I've made it more and more streamlined to make things easier for everyone. Alright, last chances to get in. Last chances to get in on this giveaway here. Exclamation mark win QTCC for one of 3 chances at 100 platinum right here, right now. We're currently looking at the same 1 in 12 chances roughly for everyone. We'll do the draw in 10 seconds. Three, 2, 1. Let's draw. Alright then. We've got a few people in on the running. Let's see who it's going to be. Who's it going to be today? Who are 300 plat winners for this next round of giveaways? Cosmo has been taken out of the running on that one. Kylo's not having a chance. It's going to be these 3 lucky people right here.
Excellent work.
There we go. So that is Giraffe Acorn, Sneaky Prawn, and Dark Wolf Steel. Congratulations on winning there. Sneaky Prawn, you've not used the exclamation mark IGN command. So Sneaky Prawn, if you could please type in exclamation mark IGN, followed by your Warframe username and the platform that you play on, please. If you have set up a cross-save account, you will need to set that as your PC details. Congratulations there, Sneaky Prawn. And Giraffe Acorn, Dark Wolf Steel, you 2 winners who've already recorded your details. We're all good on that. Sneaky Prawn, it's exclamation mark IGN. All commands start with the exclamation mark to let the bot know you're doing a... Also, oh, it's an Xbox One. It's an Xbox One. Okay, Sneaky Prawn. God, I really need to adjust for this. We're getting more and more Xbox people here. We are getting more and more Xbox peeps. So... Sneaky Prawn, could you just do exclamation mark IGN... put an underscore in your name. I will take it out in the saved details. So yeah, rerun the command with an underscore in your username. And I will take it out. Unless you have a PC set up as well. If you have a PC account, then I'll need those details instead. There we go, we got that with the underscore. So let me go fix that now for Sneaky Prawn. IGN log, all the way down the bottom. Fixed. There we go. Why does Xbox allow goddamn spaces in names? It just creates so many problems. But hey. Is fine. Except for the bit where it ain't. Alright. Let's get back into our Warframe bits and pieces. There we go. There we are. Didn't say I was going to fix that issue? Yeah, I didn't say I was going to fix it immediately, Petra. I need time to do things, you know? I need time. There we are. Does quotation marks make the bot recognize it as a single argument, or is it not that complex? No, because it would need the bot to go, if it starts with quotation mark, treat everything until the next one as a singular argument. Yeah. I should say if you have cross-save enabled, not cross-play. Fair point. Fair point, let's clarify that. I can fix that one right now. Can I fix... Actually, wait, can I fix that one right now? No, I can't fix that one right now. That's also in a compiled program. So no, I will need to fix that later. Alright. Nothing I can do about that one right now. Hey, just saw your channel, what's your usual content? Warframe, and a hell of a lot of it. It's the simple way I can put that there. If you're over on YouTube, you'll get guides, and then some silly videos from me, mostly guides, on what is all up with Warframe in general. Over on the streams here, you get much more of an unfiltered stream of consciousness, obliterating your senses. Which some people call a live stream. Viewer discretion is advised, because I will fucking swear. From time to time. Alright, so, back on to these bits and pieces here. Hallowed Ground, Oberon's 2 will cover a wide area around Oberon in irradiating plants. For Oberon and his allies, these plants protect from status effects and enhance the healing of renewal. More on that in a second. For enemies, they become irradiated very rapidly, turning on each other and primed for their reckoning. Well, previously, this ability was cast in a modest cone. It is now a wide area circle, which makes for a very effective means of soft controlling large areas. There is a limit on how many you can place down. Was it 3? I thought it was 3 of them limited. Does it say in here? Smite removes bits, blah blah blah. Yeah. Up to 3 hallowed ground fields can be active at once. Yeah. There we go. Oberon can cast 3 hallowed grounds at once, with subsequent casts removing the oldest field if it's still around. Yeah, and that's really all Hallowed Ground needs to discuss as just the base ability. It covers a wide area, you're protected from status, enemies are afflicted with status, it's a nice big circle, and you can have 3 of them. That's really all there is to it. It's a very simple ability in that regard. Which leads us nicely onto Renewal, Oberon's 3rd ability. So yeah, Oberon's 3rd ability, Renewal, yep. This previously needed to synergize with Hallowed Ground for full effect, but no more. Once active, Oberon and any allies who who have come within affinity range any time since it was activated. Yeah, once active, Oberon and any allies who've come within affinity range is activated. That should have come, I think. So Oberon and any allies who have come within affinity range anytime since it was activated will benefit from a constant heal over time from Renewal. Not only that, everyone's armor is increased. At base strength, Oberon receives 50% more, thanks to Fix, more armor compared to what? No, not compared to, that's a bad way of phrasing it. Oberon's current... Nope. Oberon's armor after all other buffs and modifiers is increased by 50%. This is multiplicative with everything. So flat armor buffs like Archon shards, as well as modded buffs and arcanes, all benefit from this increase too. For Oberon's allies, they get double the effect. functionally gaining 100% of Oberon's armor as their own at base strength. This armor buff is tied to strength, but it is hard capped at 200% strength. Whereupon Oberon is literally doubling his armor, and his allies are receiving all of his armor too after that one, that doubling buff. So if Oberon had 1000 armor, a capped renewal will make that 2000, and then give all his allies 2000 armor as well. There is no limit. I don't need to capitalize that. There is no limit to how much armor can be applied this way. Do you speak applied English? How do you mean, Kylo? How do you mean? So the armor buff is tied to strength, but it is hard capped at 200% strength, whereupon Oberon is literally doubling his armor, and his allies are receiving all of his armor to... that's running on. Literally doubling his armor. His allies then are receiving all of Oberon's armor. It's a flat bonus after that doubling buff. There we are, that flows better. Yeah, I'm using the word armor without a U because armor is referenced as armor without a U in-game. So I'm treating it as a keyword. Otherwise, the rest of it is written in British English. But because of that armor keyword, I just keep it simple that way. Yeah, Sankit, give me a moment. You don't need to critique my writing. I am in the process of writing this. It's all raw on at the moment. If there's someone's writing you don't need to critique here, it's probably mine. So this armor buff is tied to strength, but it is hard capped at 200% strength, whereupon Oberon is literally doubling his armor. His allies then are receiving all of Oberon's armor. Yeah, that's some also. That doubled armor is then applied as a flat bonus to all of his affected allies. There we go. Am I recording for a new video? This is the script prep for a new video, yes. So this armor buff is tied to strength, but it is hard capped at 200% strength, whereupon Oberon is literally doubling his armor. That doubled armor is applied as a flat bonus to all of his affected allies. So if Oberon had 1000 armor, a capped renewal will make that 2000, and then give all his allies 2000 armor as well. 2000 additional armor as well. On top of what they already had themselves. So we can have that as just kind of when I take things down a little bit of a pitch. So go, and then give all his allies 2000 additional armor as well, on top of what they already had themselves. There is no limit to how much armor can be applied this way. Yeah. Which, considering how much renewal can be overlooked, it is necessary to reinforce these points, and that's why I'm doing there. Not just with bringing out the details, clear step-by-step explanation of the effect, but also bringing in those stress points, those intonation points. They're intended to help sell the details as crucially as possible. I want it that when someone is listening, they can pretty much vibe out where the really big reveals are. Whereas the information that is not just, oh, Ken's telling me what's going on, and go, oh wait, that's how it works? So that's why I'm using the tone like that. This is the kind of thing that you can't get from an AI. AI will not invent those tonal moments for you and will not read those tonal moments for you. That's what you get from a professional. Okay. Renewals... Oh, why are we all down there? Renewals effect persists indefinitely, regardless of how far away Oberon moves from whatever he is buffing. So long as Oberon doesn't... so long as renewal isn't disabled, and so long as the target ally doesn't get nullified or similar, the healing and armor just continues. Should the ally get nullified, renewal will only reapply once Oberon is within affinity range again. With careful play then, Oberon can keep an entire group fully protected. Well, no, fully protected is a bad way of saying it because you can still die under the effects of renewal. Can keep an entire group. Let's rephrase. Can continuously is over using continue. With careful play, then Oberon will support the whole team forever at infinite range. Yeah, that just really sells the point. With careful play then, Oberon will support the whole team forever at infinite range. There we go. But allies don't usually need that. Most people enter a mission with enough defense to protect themselves. The few who don't are either joining in with friends anyway. No, you don't are usually with friends or complaining on Reddit. Gotta throw that little bit of shade out there. It's funny. So the few who don't are usually with friends or complaining on Reddit. Oberon's renewal doesn't just apply to Warframes, though. It applies to companions, to NPCs, and perhaps most crucially of all, it applies to defensive objectives like defense targets, let's call it like cryopods and excavators. Oh yes, those unarmored and flimsy excavators which seem to get easily one-shot earlier. Easily one-shot in. Yeah, just easy one-shot after the first few rounds of the circuit. Yeah, so, oh yes, those unarmored and flimsy excavators, which seem to get easily one-shot after the first few rounds of the circuit, can actually face tank enemies bearing down on them. There we go. And that would be playing alongside the visual on screen of the recorded footage from yesterday of Oberon literally tanking them at levels 1000, level 4000, level cap. We had some brilliant recorded footage from that. But Oberon's renewal doesn't just apply to Warframes though, it applies to companions, to NPCs, and perhaps most crucially of all, it applies to defensive objectives like cryopods and excavators. Oh yes, those unarmoured and flimsy excavators, which seem to get easily one-shot after the first few rounds of the circuit, can actually face tank the enemies bearing down on them. Outside of defensive objectives, you give excavators the armor too? Yes indeed, Giraffe. Yes indeed. That is why I'm making a big old point of it in the video, because that's going to escape a lot of people. The game doesn't really make it clear, and why would you imagine that this Warframe of all Warframes could just go, hey you there, excavator, 6,000 armor? It's not really clear, but we can do that. And to be clear on that, 5,700 armor is 95% damage reduction. That's a hell of a lot of tank to hand it. A hell of a lot. So, outside of defensive objectives, these buffs aren't nearly as necessary, but still provides an easier tank. No, a less intense tank method for Oberon compared to constantly hoovering up health orbs. Yeah. Use renewal in combination with hallowed ground, not only to softly crowd control enemies. I would say soft CC, but there are people who are going to be watching, certainly those in English second language, who wouldn't understand what soft CC means, so I'm expanding it out. So, use renewal in combination with hallowed ground, not only to softly crowd control enemies with radiation procs, also to double the healing effect. Warframes, allies, even the excavators get double healing from renewal while inside a hallowed ground. A patch from hallowed ground. Yeah. Like a true paladin. Not a try, true. Like a true paladin, Oberon sees to it that nothing dies on his watch. With our control, healing, tanking, with our control, healing, tanking, and reckoning, because it's hard to really kind of sum up that ability in one word. So let's just go with our control, healing, tanking, and reckoning. Brought, with all considered, there we go, that's how I transition that. With all that all considered, this leaves us with Smite. This first ability is a targeted bomb maker. Is that the best way of putting it? No. Is a targeted targeted damage dealer. You simply point at an enemy within range and declare them I'm trying to be dramatic, but it's not going to work. You simply point to enemy within range and smack them with smite. Let's keep it simple. Let's spell smack correctly, that would help. There we are. That was our showcase. It's what it says on the stream title or under exclamation mark goal. You simply point at an enemy with range and smack them with smite. Immediately on cast, the target will have all... No. Actually, no, I think that goal command is perhaps not as informative as I'd liked. My bad on that. There we are. That's updated. That'll be clearer now. My bad on that. Okay, simply point at the enemy within range and smack them with smite. Immediate on cast target will have all overguard and armor permanently removed from them, regardless of your strength. Is it completely regardless? We know it works on the base kit, but is it completely regardless? Let's verify that. Now, in order to verify this, I am going to create a new testing build, because I don't want to mess with the ones I've been so carefully working on. Slap in that. Slap in that. 25% because of the shards. That's good enough. Let's go quickly test it.
You are a true hunter. Where would the sanctuary be?
Let's go have a look here. More rune simulacra. Let's grab an Arid Trooper level 25 and... don't know why I spawned him in. Spawn in the two I need at the same time. Right, there we go. So if I slap you, yep, all armor gone. And if I slap you, all overguard gone. Yep. And just to confirm on high levels, just in case. Armor removed, overguard and armor removed. So yeah, regardless of the strength, that works. That's good. That is good. Alright, cool. This is something I constantly do whilst writing up these things, is if I come across a detail, I'm like, I'm fairly certain that's how it works, have to double check. Because I want you guys to know, going through a video, as much as possible, it is just correct. You shouldn't need to second guess things, you shouldn't need to go, oh well, the wiki said, oh well, this other creator said. No. Been there, done it, made sure of it. So first ability is a targeted damage dealer. You simply point at an enemy within range and smack them with smite. Immediate on cast, the target will have all overguard and armor permanently removed from them, regardless of your strength. They then lose... they then take damage based not just on the abilities built-in damage, but also a portion of their hit points. This is... this starts at 35% and is capped at 75% with... what is that in strength? 75 to over 35, 214 point something, so 215% strength. No matter the level of the target, this will always scale to smite such a chunk off their defenses and hit points. Does Oberon's passive protect health conversion charges, or does getting hit remove both? That's a good question. I'll need to verify in a moment. I know it doesn't activate adaptation whilst you got the passive active, but I'm not sure on the health conversion. I think it should protect it, but I'll check. So, no matter the level of the target, this will always scale to smite such a chunk of their defenses and hit points. The 75% cap isn't the end of things, though. If you apply a suitable boost, that is, it's just, yeah, as in to increase your ability damage by just 1/3, then you'll be dealing 100% of their hit points as damage. Believe it or not, when something takes damage equal to its hit points, it dies. Again, a little bit of dry humor in there as we go through. Just reinforcing the clarity of the point. It is a no way, it's a oh duh, yeah. But at the same time, it reinforces in a memorable way, this is capable of just one shot. Which is exactly what we're looking for there. So the 75% cap isn't the end of things though. If you apply a suitable boost, as in to increase your ability damage by just 1/3, then you'll be dealing 100% of their hit points as damage. Believe it or not, when something takes damage equal to its hit points, it dies. This can come in the form of Archon shards for extra damage on irradiated enemies. Ability buffs like Raw. Damage buffs like Viral procs. Or if the enemy is simply vulnerable to radiation damage. With no outside help whatsoever, a capped smite cast on any typical murmur enemy will one-shot them, as they take 50% extra damage from radiation. I brew tea or coffee? I always have tea, not coffee. Can we turn on flashing noise? Flashing lights? Yes, we can. There we are. Let's go with green. Why not? Green light the video. There we are. So with no outside help whatsoever, a cap smite cast on any typical murmur enemy will one-shot them, as they take 50% extra damage from radiation. And again, this is a detail, obfuscated detail point. I'm pointing out that typical murmur enemies can be one-shot. I don't need to go into the detail of this includes Xmas. I don't need to go into the detail of this doesn't include Necromex because of Necromex doing Necromex things. Same with Demolishers, same with the boss unit of the murmurs. Same with Gruzzlings, because they all have their own things going on. It should be relatively obvious to someone that we haven't gained a walk up to Murmur, snap fingers, it's dead for the fragmented one. Likewise, I'm not going into detail about the Sentients, despite them also being weak to radiation, partly because a lot of Sentients have edge cases, which protect them from these kinds of damage, and partly because we just don't need to add on all the details. It's one of those things where you're given enough information as a player, as a viewer, to then go, oh, does that mean I can also use it on this? And the expectation is, probably, go play the game. Go. You have the information. Go. Play. Yeah. If someone wants every last detail, it turns out going out and getting the detail you want is the way to do it. So that's why I'll again, leave that detail at enough to let you know where you can answer your next question. So with no outside help whatsoever, a cap smite cast on any typical murmur enemy will one-shot them, as they take 50% extra damage from radiation. This does go the other way though. This does go both ways though, let's do it that way. This does go both ways though. Enemies with additional damage reduction, either specifically against radiation, like with the Corrupted, or in general, like boss units and acolytes. I'm calling that in particular just because they pop up a lot. It's specifically against radiation, like with the Corrupted, or in general, like boss units and acolytes. Enemies with additional damage reduction will not be so easily one-shot. For many, it's simply not possible. Yeah, so this does go both ways though. Enemies with additional damage reduction, either specifically against radiation, like with the Corrupted, or in general, like boss units and acolytes, yeah, I'm going to add in the they. I'll reinforce the they there. They will not be so easily one-shot. For many, it's simply not possible. You'll still hit them with the defense strip, and some damage though. Which may already be enough for you. Question today is Warframe Dev Stream. Today is Warframe's what's it called? It's their final QTCC stream, which is the Warframe Starfinder crossover stream. Tomorrow should be the dev stream, is my understanding. After doing whatever... after slamming into your main target, Smite then erupts into a small AoE around them. The AoE does not carry the defense strip of the single target portion of Smite, and deals a smaller portion of damage, still scaled on the original target's hit points on cast. Let me see, is that giving the clarity I want? After slamming into your main target, Smite then erupts into a small AoE around them. The AoE does not carry the defense strip of the single target portion of Smite, but deals a smaller portion of damage scaled on the original target's hit points on cast. And Hurrix wants some ambient music in the background. Yeah, we can do that. Let me grab the playlist for it. I'll take a moment just to load up. It deals a smaller portion of damage scaled on the original target's hit points on cast. As this is a smaller portion, you're unlikely to be able to one-shot nearby enemies if they're the same type as the initial target. There's just not enough hit points to scale from. However, if you target beefier enemies, a small portion of a lot of hit points can still be a lot of damage. For this reason, Smite even prefers to target Eximus units if multiple enemies are clustered around your aim. Yeah. For this reason, Smite even prefers to target Eximus units if multiple enemies are clustered around your aim. With careful casting, well chosen damage buffs, and Reckoning's mass armor removal, you can repeatedly smite whole groups of enemies this way. And for that section, I don't really need to explain the direct interaction. I'm just calling out careful casting, damage buffs, Reckoning, because you have the video aspect. That's where I'll be playing example of gameplay of the Oberon Panzerpalooza Smite build. So that'll be up on screen, going alongside with the voiceover there. And if someone can't put two and two together from that, they're not paying attention to the video. Well, careful casting sounds like something in D&D 4e. I see that, I see. I mean, just D&D in general, yeah. Griff saying, I thought the AoE from Smite did damage based on each unit, not based on main target. That may be wrong. You are wrong, yeah. And again, that's why I'm making the guide. So people know exactly what is going on, because these info boxes aren't the clearest. There's a lot you have to work your way through. Alright, before I continue from here, I think that covers the main 4 abilities. So I want to just recheck the flow on this, make sure I'm not stumbling over any points, before I try to transition into further builds and discussions on it. So let's have a look. So, from the top. After languishing in the depths of the forest, Oberon has risen to see the light of day again. With this paladin-styled frame, utilising the objectively weakest element in the game, what is Oberon really good for these days? I'm the Engineer. Let's solve a practical problem. Post rework, Oberon's 4 active abilities. That shouldn't be 4. That should be 4. By putting the number 4, it makes it look more like we're talking about the 4. So, post rework, Oberon's 4 active abilities haven't been replaced at all, but the way they work has been significantly overhauled for a more coherent kit. His passive, on the other hand, has gone from meme to dream. The new passive means whenever Oberon picks up a health orb, he and all allies in affinity range get a stack of righteous negation. The next hit each player would receive is entirely negated, no damage or status taken, and the protection lingers for a fraction of a second. Now I'm going to break that bit up there. Yeah, that needed splitting. The next hit each player would receive is entirely negated, meaning no damage or status taken. This protection lingers for a fraction of a second. Each player can have up to 3 stacks of this effect individually, with the remaining even if the player leaves Oberon's affinity range. From RJP Primal, does the affinity range increase while focus schools affect Oberon's passive? Yes, because when something is affinity range, it is affected by affinity range buffs, absolutely. Well, those affinity range buffs. Open world affinity range buffs don't qualify, and Railjack infinite affinity range also doesn't qualify. Those ones are a separate kind of affinity range buff, but broadly, yes. The Vazarin Focus School does increase it. Alright, this is enough to be Oberon's entire tank if you use it correctly. With a decent supply of health orbs and sufficient control to slow down the rate of attacks you receive, you basically cannot die. As it so happens, Oberon's kit facilitates just that. Starting at the end, Oberon's 4th ability is Reckoning. It'll lift up enemies in range and line of sight, irradiate them, strip their armor, damage them, slam them into the ground, leaving them open for ground finishes, and mark them to drop a health orb on death, 50% of the time. I'm going to break it there. This health orb generator applies whether the enemy is killed by this ability or something else soon after. So yeah, that little break there to again give us a bit of a breathing room. Let's retry that. Starting at the end, Oberon's 4th ability is Reckoning. It'll lift up enemies in range and line of sight, irradiate them, strip their armor, damage them, slam them into the ground, leave them open for ground finishes, and mark them to drop a health orb on death 50% of the time. This health orb generator applies whether the enemy is killed by this ability or something else soon after. It is a seriously broad multi-function ability covering control, damage, and recovery. This already gives us the source of health orbs to maintain Oberon's passive, as well as the double whammy of control through knockdown and radiation. The damage on Reckoning is scaled in part by the number of radiation procs already on a target, so we may want to get them there first by another means. Enter Hallowed Ground. Hallowed Ground, Oberon's 2, will cover a wide area around Oberon in irradiating plants. For Oberon and his allies, excuse me, and this is why we have water. Oberon and his allies, these plants protect from status effects and enhance the healing of renewal. More on that in a second. For enemies, they become irradiated very rapidly, turning on each other and primed for their reckoning. While previously this ability was cast in a modest cone, it is now a wide area circle, which makes for a very effective means of soft controlling large areas. Does it go through terrain? That is a question we want to know there. Let's find out. Well, that's conclusive. Yup. That is very conclusive right there. Oh, that's lovely to see. And what if I cast it from somewhere really stupid, like up here? Oh yeah, I did see a plant up here. Okay. I mean, that is at the edge of this range, isn't it? Because 28 meters? No, okay. So it looks like... Yeah, it looks like... it doesn't really like me being up here, does it? If I go onto the shoulder, does it get better? Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the NOCO update. Yep. Alright then. What if I... Uppies. What if I pop myself right here? Yeah, so if you're on weird terrain, it doesn't really like it. Nothing appears when gliding? I mean, it slams you to the ground. And sometimes you'll encounter bugs where it stops actually casting. If you cast it mid-air, it'll slam you to the ground and then just not do it. I had that bug in Circuit as well the other day. But it does appear to be a bug. It's supposed to take you to the ground and then cast it. Let's get some more energy. Maybe it's a Circuit-specific bug, actually. In any case, it is a bug. But yeah, this is casting up and down. So if you're on normal terrain... if you're on normal terrain, it should work out well. But if you're in weird places, it looks like the ability starts to shit itself. I'm not going to over-focus on that in the video script, but yeah. Yeah, it looks like it doesn't really want to go too far up and down, does it? So it's going to be another sim I can have a look at that in. Let's go to another one real quick. Let's see what can give you give us some more clarity on that. Let's go with the Zanuka one. If I... Let's start by casting it here and see what happens. Okay, so good coverage all the way over there. Bad coverage down here. Because if I put a marker there, we're looking at 28 meters. Yeah, so that did fail there. Is there a matter of verticality? I think it might be. Let's test on more normal terrain here and see how it handles down there. Yeah, it didn't get down. So it is very constrained on its verticality. Okay. That pretty much confirms that one. So let's reframe how we talk about that ability then. Let's reframe that. Hallowed Ground, Oberon's 2, will cover a wide area around Oberon in irradiating plants. Plants. Great. See, normally when I'm doing a recording, I can just cut that out and no one ever hears it. So, we'll cover a wide area around Oberon in irradiating plants. While this can cover ground through walls, it cannot climb very far above or below where Oberon casts it. There we are. Okay. Horror's asking, are we sure it actually covers the correct area range even on a very plain surface? I mean, that's a fair question. Let's try that. That is a fair question. I shouldn't make too many assumptions on this. So let's go with the Citadel Simulacrum because this has a very wide open area. Look at this. Point where I cast it. Edge of zone. Yeah. Yeah, it is reaching out. You see it scattering to an end, but it definitely still reaches out. So that is good. And look at how far it is over here as well. Yeah, so that is working. That is good. Alright then. Fair question, fair answer received. Okay, so Hallowed Ground, Oberon's 2 will cover a wide area around Oberon in irradiating plants. While this can cover ground through walls, it cannot climb very far above or below where Oberon casts it. Covering more of a thick disc. Need to be very careful saying that one. Covering more of a thick disc. Yeah. For Oberon and his allies, these plants protect from status effects and enhance the healing of renewal. More on that in a second. For enemies, they become irradiated very rapidly, turning on each other and primed for their reckoning. Okay. While previously this ability was cast in a modest cone, it is now a wide area circle, which makes for a very effective means. Consider I'm covering how it applies. Do I want to redo that there? No, I'm taking out the previously. And it's not very effective, I'll be honest, actually. It's great, but it's not, like, very effective. More of a deep dish pizza? Yeah, exactly. This makes for an effective and effective. This makes for an effective means of soft controlling large areas. Oberon can cast 3 Hallowed Grounds at once, with subsequent casts removing the oldest field if it's still around. Not subsequent, further casts. There we are. Alright. No idea, Jinx. Give it a try. See what you find out on that. That is exceptionally niche. Alright, so rechecking on this just to make sure we got the full flow there. Hell up in there. Alright, fair enough. So, Hallowed Ground, Oberon's 2, will cover a wide area around Oberon in irradiating plants. While it can cover ground through walls, it cannot climb very far above or below where Oberon casts it, covering more of a thick disc. For Oberon and his allies, these plants protect from status effects and enhance the healing of renewal. More on that in a second. You know what? No, I'm going to skip that. It breaks the flow a little too much. As much as it's pointing out we'll cover those details, I don't like the way it touches it, so let's not. Let's try it again. So, while this can cover ground through walls, it cannot climb very far above or below where Oberon casts it, covering more of a thick disc. For Oberon and his allies, these plants protect from status effects and enhance the healing of renewal. For enemies, they become irradiated very rapidly, turning on each other and primed for their reckoning. Smells is saying, don't forget the change that allows it to hit flying enemies. I'm not forgetting it, and a lot of people love using a, oh, you forgot, or don't forget. I'm not forgetting. I'm not including it intentionally on this one. I'm not including it as, quite frankly, it's a bit of specificity that doesn't matter really. Yeah, there are flying enemies which are now affected. Cool. Someone who uses it will see it in game. If someone was aware of it from before and decides, oh, it's shit because of that, more fool them for not thinking, maybe things changed. It's one of those where adding the detail takes away from the flow. So for enemies, they become irradiated very rapidly, turning on each other and primed for their reckoning. This makes for an effective means of soft controlling large areas. Oberon can cast 3 hallowed grounds at once, with further casts removing the oldest field if it's still around. Which leads us nicely onto Renewal, Oberon's third ability. This previously needed to synergize with hallowed ground for full effect, but no more. Once active, Oberon and any allies who have come within affinity range any time since it was activated will benefit from a constant heal over time from Renewal. Not only that, everyone's armor is increased. I don't think that really sells what I'm about to go into there, so everyone's armor is seriously buffed. I want to make sure the viewer at that point knows, pay attention, this isn't just armor. Something's significant here, so pay attention, that's what I'm doing there. So not only that, everyone's armor is seriously buffed. At base strength, Oberon's armor, after all other buffs and modifiers, I'll just go after all other modifiers, yeah. At base strength, Oberon's armor, after all other modifiers, is increased by 50%. This is multiplicative with everything, so flat armor buffs like Archon shards, as well as modded buffs and arcanes, all benefit from this increase too. For Oberon's allies, they get double the effect, functionally gaining 100% of Oberon's armor as their own at base strength. No. As their own? No. On top of their own. Why did I put as their own? There we are. Functionally gaining 100% of Oberon's armor on top of their own at base strength. This armor buff is tied to strength, but it is hard capped at 200% strength, whereupon Oberon is literally doubling his armor. That doubled armor is applied as a flat bonus to all of his affected allies. So if Oberon had 1000 armor, a capped renewal will make that 2000, and then give all his allies 2000 additional armor as well. And because I did the on top of over here, I no longer need it down here. There we go. Okay, there is no limit to how much armor can be applied this way. There you are. Moving on from that then. Renewal's effect persists indefinitely, regardless of how far away Oberon moves from whatever he is buffing. So long as Renewal isn't disabled, and so long as the target ally doesn't get nullified or similar, the healing and armor just continues. Should the ally get nullified, Renewal will only reapply once Oberon is within affinity range again. With careful play then, Oberon will support the whole team forever at infinite range. But allies don't usually need that. Most people enter a mission with enough defense to protect themselves. The few who don't are usually with friends, or complaining on Reddit. Oberon's Renewal... I need a better transition than just saying Oberon's Renewal. Luckily, we're not just buffing players. And we take out that section there we go, okay. But allies don't usually need that. Most people enter a mission with enough defense to protect themselves. The few who don't are usually with friends, or complaining on Reddit. Luckily, we're not just buffing players. Oberon's Renewal applies to companions, to NPCs, and perhaps most crucially of all, it applies to defense objectives like cryopods and excavators. Oh yes, those unarmored and flimsy excavators, which seem to get easily one-shot after the first few rounds of the circuit, can actually face tank the enemies bearing down on them. Outside of defensive objectives, these buffs aren't nearly as necessary, but it still provides But it still provides a less intense tank method for Oberon compared to constantly hoovering up health orbs. Again, it's still bumbly. I don't like that. It feels like we've jumped from the defense objectives detail too quick. Yeah, I'd say it is fair to say that outside of defense objectives, it's still a comment there. It is fair to say that outside of defense objectives, these buffs aren't hugely useful. Let's go with that. And then for Oberon, it provides a lower intensity. That's what I want. At least compared to... There we go. Yeah, that's a better flow. So let's just double check how that flows out. Oberon's renewal applies to companions, to NPCs, and perhaps most crucially of all, it applies to defensive objectives like cryopods and excavators. Oh yes, those unarmoured and flimsy excavators, which seem to get easily one-shot after the first few rounds of the circuit, can actually face-tank the enemies, bearing down on them. It is fair to say, outside of defensive objectives, now again, I'm going from yeah to nah. I need to handle that better. Now, while this is great for excavators, this healing and tanking is not game-changing for everyone else. Let's try it like that. Let's see. So, oh yes, those unarmoured and flimsy excavators, which seem to get easily one-shot after the first few rounds of the circuit, can actually face-tank the enemies, bearing down on them. Now, while this is great for excavators, this healing and tanking is not game-changing for most of Warframe. For Oberon, it provides a lower intensity means of tanking, at least compared to constantly hoovering up health orbs. Use Renewal in combination with Hallowed Ground, not only to softly crowd control enemies with radiation procs, but also to double the healing effect. Warframes, allies, even the excavators get double healing from Renewal while inside a patch from Hallowed Ground. Like a true paladin, Oberon sees to it that nothing dies on his watch. I don't like that bit. While health tanking has its limits, the amount of armor and health Renewal can provide will still do plenty of work even into EDA. I'll go ETA. Yeah. Let's see. How's that flow? Use Renewal in combination with Hallowed Ground, not only to softly crowd control enemies with radiation procs, but also to double the healing effect. Warframes, allies, even the excavators get double healing from Renewal while they are inside of a healing patch from Hallowed Ground. Or while they are within? No, while they're inside of a... Yeah, double healing from Renewal while they are inside of a patch from Hallowed Ground. While health tanking has its limits, not limited, limits. While health tanking has its limits, the amount of armor and health from Renewal can... The amount of armor and health Renewal can provide... No, I'll say from Renewal. Yeah, that did flow better. I defaulted to it, so it does better. While health tanking has its limits, the amount of armor and health from Renewal will still do plenty of work, even into ETA. Jinx, I know you say it sounds good, but it's making sure I have the flow. Not just a line that sounds good, but the whole thing needs to keep going. I'm not a one-line comic stand-up. And so one-liners, they need to make sure they stick with the flow. If it's jarring. If there's a cut, it brings people out of the video, and if the humor doesn't land with someone, if they don't like the line, it can bring them out enough to go, yeah, okay, whatever. They start skipping through, they start looking at their phone, they just close the video. All of that is bad for me. So I need to make sure I keep on top of it. Basically, it's the engagement factor. I need people to just stay focused. Now, naturally, if you get someone like Hurrinks who just goes, oh yeah, Kenton has said a lot of details, but how important can I be? Just give me the mod loadout. Well, I can't fix that for you. If you're just going to skip straight through to the builds, you skip straight through to the builds. But at least you're coming to me for my builds. So, you know. There'll just be then a lot of people who skip to the builds, then go into the comments and go, what about this? I'm like, funny you should mention that. If you rewind 5 seconds, I talked about that. That happens a lot. So, again, Smolson, not looking for critiques on writing. I'm writing it myself, thanks. You're seeing it, but I don't need you to tell me how to write. Cheers. Now, while this is great for excavators, this healing and tanking is not game-changing for most of Warframe. For Oberon, it provides a lower intensity means of tanking, at least compared to constantly hoovering up health orbs. Use Renewal in combination with Hallowed Ground, not only to softly crowd control enemies with radiation procs, but also to double the healing effect. Warframes, allies, even the excavators get double healing from Renewal while they are inside of a patch from Hallowed Ground. While health tanking has its limits, the amount of armor and health from Renewal, it does still stumble, doesn't it? And it feels like that should be a new paragraph anyway. Can you critique my choice of font? No. I don't care. Your criticism is wasted on me. Let's see. Now, I'm going to spin this more positively. This combination of effects. Yep. Armor and healing to handle the likes of ETA. No, that's not armor and healing. Let's go control and tank enough to handle the likes of ETA. And can scale beautifully in the circuit. And that whole beautifully in the circuit is more of a kind of a positioning for there's going to be circuit builds. That's what that is. A little bit of positioning. Oh. Cheers, bite. Yeah, I know a lot of people skip to builds on my videos. I did have someone reach out and was like, hey, you know, you could just like share all of your builds on Overframe or this website or that website. Why don't you just share your builds in other places, Ken? And the answer for that is very simple. A lot of experienced players will skip straight to the builds. If you're skipping to the builds by going to a random website rather than literally everywhere I put it elsewise, that's really bad for me. As you can see here, making these guides as thoroughly as I do, going through the details, digging into the bits and pieces, checking what people are actually trying to claim, and a lot of it is wrong, finding out what's real, what's true, and how these things function, it all takes time. And then there's the actual production of the video, the script writing, the scene gathering, the composition, even putting in things like the background music in ways that's not destructive. It's all a process. Where else do I put builds other than YouTube? So I put the screenshots of the builds, literally just the builds themselves, up onto Patreon. So anyone who's any tier of Patreon supporter can also go straight to the builds there. Because at that point, you've supported me. You've done your bit. You've made sure I can continue producing them. So yeah, sure, go right in. Have the builds. So yeah, if you're any tier of Patreon supporter, then since I started doing the build section over on Patreon, you could just go straight into that and search for whichever frame or weapon I've covered. If it pops up with that tag, there you are. There's the builds waiting for you. And if you don't want to pay for Patreon, then you go to YouTube, you skip through the advert, and you look at the build there instead. So like I say, I like that now I can see the tone change for emphasis when you're speaking normally. Thanks for explaining why you do it on the video. all the intonation is necessary in the way I put the videos together to make sure that all the points hit in the right way. I'm not just saying the words at you, I'm effectively telling you how to feel about what I've got to say. Okay, let me see if I can spin this in a completely incorrect manner. I mean, there's the flat manner. You get some people that speak very flatly. We go, this combination of effects grants control and tank enough to handle the likes of ETA and can scale beautifully in the circuit. You get someone who speaks like that for an entire video, God, you've clocked out in 5 seconds. There's no drive to it. And likewise, if you get the tone just the wrong way around, this combination of effects grants control and tank enough to handle the likes of ETA and can scale beautifully in the circuit. The tone doesn't match the words. It's the wrong way around. The words are positive, the tone is negative. It doesn't fit. When I talk about the tone, the emphasis and stresses that I put in beyond just the words, the whole point is making it a natural flow that guides you to exactly how I want you to think about it. This combination of effects grants control and tank enough to handle the likes of ETA and can scale beautifully in the circuit. Bam. You know that I am happy with it. You know it's beautiful. The stress is beautiful in the circuit. This isn't just some middling possibility. This is, oh, it works. And if you disagree with me, you disagree with me. But for people who either know enough to not disagree with me or don't know enough to disagree with me, either which way, they could just be sure, yeah, this is great. This is what I was looking for. So yeah, that's why there is all of that process. Is why I script in a natural language way to just keep it all flow. Petra it also helps you speak well in general, because some people always mumble, so they can't really do a good voiceover. Yeah, knowing how to speak is a huge part of VO, absolutely. If you can't communicate, you can't communicate, quite frankly, yeah. And boy howdy, was that a pain working in a call center in the past. Like, people could hear me clearly, they would love it, like, oh, I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah, and what the fuck are you saying? How you doing it? Let's start from the beginning, sir. What's your name? Bit of a over-exaggeration, but my god, some people. Anyway. From Flo, and this right here, this is one of the biggest struggles for neurodivergent people. So many times I try expressing something and people have gotten upset at me because they're doing something incorrectly is hard. Speaking as someone neurodivergent myself, yeah, I get it. I've been working on this for 19 years. 19 years I've been working on this flow. So, I understand. More than a little bit. Literally 13 years of age after going from primary school and all the trouble I had there into secondary and spending a couple years there and still having the exact same trouble with a completely different set of people. And it's like, well, something's clearly wrong here. And that's something, there is only one thing that has stayed true between those two areas. One thing only. Me. Shit. And then spending the next rest of my life going, okay, well, I need to figure this out. How do I interact with people better? What am I missing? How does everyone just seem to get it? The number of times I found myself as a teenager just stuck on the question, what do people even talk about? Because it would seem like my peers were just having the most inane conversations and there were rules and interactions and bits that I just wasn't getting in the slightest. So yeah, it's 19 years in the making of all of this. And for those of you doing the math, yes, that makes me 32 years old. I still have to double check that when I remember it because it feels wrong, but it's true. So yeah. speaking in the way that I do on videos, the way that I communicate, it's not something that I was born with. It's not something that you just do. It is a process of learning. It is a process of doing repeatedly and screwing up repeatedly, and then learning from how you screwed up and doing better. Jig say your accent is another factor. It shows that you are educated. I'd say it's posh without the typical posh English slobbery or arrogance. Yeah, I see what you're saying there. And that is definitely, that one is upbringing. I wasn't raised in a quote-unquote posh household, quite the opposite. I wasn't raised in a particularly posh area or anything like that. Not in the slightest. But it was more that my family, just in general, were distasteful of the accent of where I grew up, and did not want to pass that along. And successfully, they made that happen. So from time to time, my housemate loves calling me out on it. My local accent will come through from where I grew up, but it's never particularly strong and never for very long. Yeah. That is, again, just fortunate, but if you have yourself an accent that you're not a fan of, if your way of communicating is not something that works for you in the way you would want to communicate with people, literally work on it. It is something you can practice and train. Even if you don't change the accent you fall back on when it's 10 o'clock at night and you're just relaxing, it is still something you can create that alternative voice, be it a customer service voice, a video voiceover voice. It is something you can work on and make it your own. What's the reason why parents didn't want us to have a local accent? Because it sucks. The entire country mocks it. It sucks. Yeah. It just is on that one. I won't go into any more detail as to where I grew up because, let's not dox my childhood. Much appreciated. Anywho, I'm rambling off on, frankly, self-aggrandizing, hey, look at me, aren't I great? Ugh, let's get on with the video. So, this combination of effects grants control and tank enough to handle the likes of ETA, and we can scale beautifully in the circuit. Sure. With our control, healing, tanking, and reckoning all considered, this leaves us with Smite. This first ability is a targeted damage dealer. You simply point at an enemy within range and smack them with Smite. Immediately on cast, the target will have all overguard and armor permanently removed from them, regardless of your strength. They then take damage based not just on the ability's built-in damage, but also a portion of their hit points. This starts at 35% and is capped at 75% with 215% strength. No matter the level of the target, this will always scale to smite such... not such quite. This will always scale to smite quite... I don't like the rhyming there. This will always scale to... Just take. We'll go with the word. Take. We don't need to be crazy on it. No matter the level of the target, this will always scale to take a chunk off their defenses and hit points. The 75% cap isn't the end of things though. If you apply a suitable boost, as in to increase your ability damage by just 1/3, then you'll be dealing 100% of their hit points as damage. Believe it or not, when something takes damage equal to its hit points, it dies. This can come in the form of Archon Shards for extra damage on irradiated enemies, ability buffs like Raw, damage buffs like Viral Procs, or if the enemy is simply vulnerable to radiation damage. With no outside help whatsoever, a Cap Smite cast on any typical Murmur enemy will one-shot them, as they take 50% extra damage from radiation. This does go both ways though. Enemies with additional damage reduction, either specifically against radiation like with the Corrupted, or in general like boss units and acolytes, they will not be so easily one-shot. For many, it's simply not possible. You'll still hit them with the defense strip and some damage though, which may already be enough for you. After slamming into your main target, Smite then erupts into a small AoE around them. The AoE does not carry the defense strip of the single target portion of Smite, but deals a smaller portion of damage scaled on the original target's hit points on cast. As this is a smaller portion, you're unlikely to be able to one-shot nearby enemies, if they're the same type as the initial target, there's just not enough hit points to scale from. However, if you target beefier enemies, a small portion of a lot of hit points can still be a lot of damage. For this reason, Smite even prefers to target Xmas units if multiple enemies are clustered around your aim. With careful casting, well-chosen damage buffs, and Reckoning's mass armor removal, you can repeatedly smite whole groups of enemies this way. I don't like this paragraph. So, it feels like it's going on. I'm getting bored listening to this paragraph. And that's not good. If I'm getting bored, you lot are getting bored. And I don't mean you, all of you, because some of you here, you would listen to me read out the phone book. But I mean you as in the average viewer would get bored listening to this paragraph. So what can I do to make this either better or just take out chunks? After slamming into your main target... Yeah, after slamming into your main target, Smite then erupts into a small AoE around them. Quick description, necessary. The AoE does not carry a defense strip of a single target. Yeah, so that is an overly verbose way of doing this. The AoE doesn't strip defenses, only dealing a smaller portion of damage scaled on the original target's hit points on cast. There we go. That takes out a chunk of that. That was a stumbling block, yeah. Is there even a phone book anymore? Somewhere. So, after slamming into your main target, Smite then erupts into a small AoE around them. The AoE doesn't strip defenses, also capital on either. The AoE doesn't strip defenses, only dealing a smaller portion of damage scaled on the original target's hit points. I don't need to say on cast, it should be clear enough. As this is a smaller portion, you're unlikely to be able to one-shot nearby enemies of the same type. I don't need to say if they're the same type as the initial target, we'll just say of the same type. Okay, so as this is a smaller portion, you're unlikely to be able to one-shot nearby enemies of the same type. However, if you target beefier enemies, a small portion of a lot of hit points can still be a lot of damage. For this reason, Smite even prefers to target Xmas units if multiple enemies are clustered around your aim. And then we don't need to explain how we get the setup here. We're just going to say, with the right setup, you can repeatedly smite whole groups of enemies this way. Okay, so that's taken out a chunk of the wording there. So let's just, again, go back through that, make sure it flows the way I want it to flow. I'm going to go from... Actually, let's do the whole smite section. I want to see that the smite section just flows, because it's 4 paragraphs on one ability. That's quite a bit of words. With our control, healing, tanking, and reckoning all considered, this leaves us with Smite. This first ability is a targeted damage dealer. You simply point at an enemy with range and smack them with Smite. Immediately on cast, the target will have all overguard and armor permanently removed from them, regardless of your strength. They then take damage based on not... I'm going to take out the ability's built-in damage, but it doesn't... It's so small we don't care about it, so... Again, cut out the chaff, get into the good stuff. Hello there, Whitey, welcome on in. And didn't realise you had a Twitch channel, just popped in for a follow to say hi, but gotta get back to work. Alright, hope you have a good day at work. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, let's restart that then. So, this first ability is a targeted damage dealer. You simply point at an enemy within range and smack them with Smite. Immediately on cast, the target will have all overguard and armor permanently removed from them, regardless of your strength. They then take damage based on a portion of their hit points. This starts at 35% and is capped at 75% with 215% strength. No flow. I get the joke, but no. No matter the level of the target, this will always scale to take a chunk off their defenses and hit points. The 75% cap isn't the end of things though. If you apply a suitable boost, as in to increase your ability damage by just 1/3, then you'll be dealing 100% of their hit points as damage. Believe it or not, when something takes damage equal to its hit points, it dies. This can come in the form of Archon shards for extra damage on irradiated enemies, ability buffs like Raw, damage buffs like Viral Procs, or if the enemy is simply vulnerable to radiation damage. With no outside help whatsoever, a capped smite cast on a typical Murmur enemy, not any, but a typical Murmur enemy, will one-shot them as they take 50% extra damage from radiation. This does go both ways though. Enemies with additional damage reduction, either specifically against radiation like with Corrupted, or in general like boss units and acolytes, they will not be so easily one-shot. For many, it's simply not possible. You'll still hit them with the defense strip and some damage though. No, I don't need to put it like that. Again, I'm trying to make this flow. That's more of a stumble. We can do better. There we go. Okay. This does go both ways though. Enemies with additional damage reduction, either specifically against radiation, like with the Corrupted, or in general like boss units and acolytes, they will not be so easily one-shot. For many, it's simply not possible. You'll strip their defenses, but need to kill them another way. After slamming into your main target, Smite then erupts into a small AoE around them. The AoE doesn't strip defenses, only dealing a smaller portion of damage scaled on the original target's hit points. As this is a smaller portion, you're unlikely to be able to one-shot nearby enemies of the same type. However, if you target beefier enemies, a small portion of a loss of hit points can still be a lot of damage. For this reason, Smite even prefers to target Xmas units if multiple enemies are clustered around your aim. With the right setup, you can repeatedly smite whole groups of enemies this way. Yeah. That covers on that there. Good. Alright, that's the flow we're needing. I've taken out a few sections, taken out a few lines or chunks that frankly just stumbled too much, didn't get the detail, that kind of thing that in a train of thought you put down, but in the flow of a guide, a video, definitely needs to go out. Hello Voidwalker, welcome on in. So that there, now that's already, what, 2 pages? And we've just basically overviewed the abilities. It's a lot of detail. But there's a lot of moving parts in there. Now, I've not gone into augments here, and I wonder if it's worth touching on them. If I don't even mention an augment, I'm going to get people in the comments who are like, oh, what about Phoenix Renewal? What about it? What about it? What about it? Yeah, fair enough. What about it? It doesn't really do anything interesting. It's kind of hard to cover something that is so present and so pitifully mediocre. And it is mediocre. It doesn't really have a place in a build other than, well, if I got some room, I suppose I could put it in there. It's not enough. It's not enough. Say la vie on that. Speaking of augments, we get Giant Prime soon. Not an augment, but yeah. Yes, we do. Alright. Yeah. With the right setup, you can repeatedly smite whole groups of enemies this way. I think this is the point to flow onto builds. So let's talk setup. And then it'll be, so from here, now this is where I would usually just kind of spec things out a bit, so it'd go into the Panzerpalooza build. And I've nicknamed it Panzerpalooza because Panzerpalooza just sounds like a fun thing to say. But this is where, something I probably should have done before saying it even on stream, but something I usually do with checking these things, is I then go to Google, and I just Google, define Palooza. Denoting a festival or event, especially one on a large scale that is devoted to or characterized by a specific thing or person. Good, that is what I thought the word was. Just making sure there's not some alternative meaning in like Urban Dictionary that terrifies me. Alright, cool. Yeah, it's fine. Looks like I'm not referencing anything problematic. With the speed at which memes travel and change these days, it's always best to be certain. Urban Dictionary's Hell on Earth? Maybe that's your perspective on it, but at the very least, it and things like it can still be useful for going, oh dear god, what have I accidentally just referenced? Let's maybe not do that again. Yeah. I can distinctly remember, actually, a while back, this is many years back, early on Reddit, where someone had simply posted a edited image of... Yeah, it was some kind of kid's play slide, but it was just, instead of it being made of a slide, it was made of like gravel or something, and I just put the simple, stupid comment of just cheesegrater.jpg. Because you start across a load of rough gravel, you get shredded like a cheese grater. Apparently, cheesegrater.jpg refers to something very, 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 very different. Yeah. And I didn't need to see that piece of, for those who are threatening Googling it, I'll just outright warn you, I didn't need to see that bit of furry artwork. And neither do you need to see that bit of furry artwork called cheesegrater.jpg. At that point, I want to be clear, if you are looking it up now, you have been forewarned that this is something I'm not going to show on stream, not going to describe, and involves furry. So, think about it. Do you really want to go down that way? I was about to say rabbit hole, but... Context. So yeah. You want to? But that's your problem, Voidwalker. Just remember, you stare into the void stares into you. So, when it comes to... if silly things and names come to mind, I then like to double check what's going on there, just in case I'm accidentally referencing something problematic. That is not the only time this has come up. I also remember, this must have been actually about 20 years ago? Yeah, about 20 years ago. I was trying to enjoy, I think it was, it doesn't matter, just having some gaming time with a friend of mine. Good old school friend, been friends for years, still friends actually to this day. Good friend of mine. He was having some difficulty. He was struggling with the game. It wasn't going the way it should be for him. It was a lot of slapstick issues. And on the one hand, it wasn't really his fault, but I'm his friend, so of course I'm going to mock it. But to make it clear this was gentle mockery, you know how you'll twist words into slightly different phrases, slightly different turns of words, almost like baby speak, make it a bit funnier. So I'm saying to him, "Oh, you're having some difficulty there, you're having some troubles." And I just mocked it a little bit along that line. He didn't respond laughing or angry, he responded, "Ken, do you know what the troubles are?" That sentence sent shivers down my spine of, what do I not know? What? Why has he asked it that way? What? So the troubles is a phrase for a very difficult period of time between England and Ireland. And yes, my friend that I said this to, I was mocking him with, "Oh, you're having the troubles," is Irish. Am I from the UK and not know that? So it turns out there could be gaps in someone's education. Maybe if you happen to be sick on the wrong day at school, or if school just doesn't cover it in history because they're too busy jacking off the Tudors again. And so no one ever actually tells you that period of history that you're at least very vaguely aware of, and English schools don't really like to talk about it too much because we are a lot of the bad guys in that. They don't really cover the name too often because everyone knows it. You don't need to teach it to these kids because everyone knows it. Oh, well, how are they going to fucking know it? So there I am, my late teens, casually mocking my friend by just adding the letter S onto the word trouble to make it sillier, and I'm accidentally doing that. So if something sounds fun and silly, before I put it into a video on YouTube, I will double check. Because I'm never quite certain if I'm about to accidentally reference yet another very serious issue. Now, I can tell you a ridiculous amount of things about Roman Empire, Ancient Greece, Tudors, all that lot. Could have told you at that time as well. World War I and II, by God, were we covering that to death. And of course we cover that to death, because it's either ancient stuff that has nothing to do with England, or it's not so ancient stuff where England gets to go, yeah, we're the good guys. The history classes I received at school did a very good job of not covering where England was not the good guy. Very, very good job of avoiding those details. So yeah, this is why I like to check when I'm making up a silly word or copying a silly word that I've heard somewhere. What does it reference? That is a bad thing? That is a bad thing, yes. And it's not just something that England does. Every single country does this. Every single country does this. Some more so than others, obviously. I have it on good authority that German schools do talk a little bit more about a certain difficult period of recent history. But yeah, there is a lot of rug sweeping with a lot of details, and having been burned on that enough times, I like to double check. But it looks like I could get away with the silly build name Panzerpalooza, no problem. Yeah. Alright then. Welcome back to that screen. So, we got the Panzerpalooza build. Then go into the circuit. Hallow there. And decoy. But I think with the way they're set up, whilst that's how I've got them arranged at the moment, I think opening into Panzerpalooza, then decoy, then circuit, then hallow there. Yeah. I think I want to do it that way around. We go. Oh, not you. That way around. No one is posting the link here, Herinx. No. If anyone does, they will be just removed from the channel permanently. You can stop asking for it here, Herinx. We just don't need any more of that, thanks. Alright. Panzerpalooza, then into the decoy, because they're using very similar strategies. In fact, the builds are exceptionally similar. Exceptionally similar. In fact, I'm going to swap those around. Yeah, it is actually just a difference of auger reach into damage decoy, isn't it? Yeah. So it's basically the same build. Basically. Then we get into the circuit stuff, and these are nearly the same build. There's two separate areas of swap around, so it's either Prime Flow and Fallout, or Equilibrium and Battery. And then on the bottom, you've got Redirection, Archon Intensify, Arcane Ultimatum. Those three can be swapped as you desire into some other ways. Plus also, you've got the optional Parasitic Armor or not. So there's some variation there to talk our way through. That's circuit stuff. And then there's Hallow there, which isn't amazing, but for low-level stuff, it allows you to be a weirdly nuke Oberon on Hydron, and that confuses people, and that is fun. Yeah. That gives us our options. That gives our options on that. So before we get diving into that, because I'm aware of the time, it's now 3 PM UK. We've got 1.5 hours until de-easting. Also, I realised I never actually took off the pause at 1 AM to sleep text. Oopsies. Let me fix that. That's on me. There we go. And no one told me that was there the whole time. Yeah, whatever. And it's on me. Hello, Hilly. One of my favourite augments? Well, like in general or for Oberon? If general, too broad. If for Oberon, wait for the guide. In general, too broad. Sorry. Too broad. So yeah, before we get on with the next step of this, I'm going to want to... Let's see, we're on the bits and pieces of QTCC. Yep. Let's do another round of 100 pack giveaways. Why not? Let's do another round of those. So let's get that set up on this side here. Pause the out of the game music, or just general music. And let's get this set up. So we want to do another... how many have we got left to do? Yeah, we'll do another 3. Why not? We're going to do another 3 giveaways of 100 platinum. Let's open that drawer up now then. If you would like to win yourself 100 platinum on any platform on Warframe, !win QTCC in the chat for a chance at that. !win QTCC for a chance at 100 platinum. We've got 3 prizes at once here, so 3 opportunities to win. And this is the 3rd time in a row we're doing this on this stream. Plenty of opportunities here. I'm going to give you all a moment to enter in on that whilst I briefly pop off the screen. BRB. Alright, last few moments to get in. !win QTCC for a chance to win 100 platinum. We got 3 giveaways happening at once here, so 3 winners will be drawn from this batch. I'm going to give you a few more seconds on that. When we hit 6:26 on the clock, that's when I'll do the draw. And don't forget there is a stream delay, so refresh if that doesn't look to be quite as close as what you're expecting. And let's do that draw. Alright then, 3 winners we're looking for here, which means plenty of the rest of you will unfortunately run straight into the fragmented one. And get obliterated by shots, of course. Who are those 3 going to be? Flo's taken out, it's not going to be Justice, Herrings has been removed from the running. Miracle Raven, no miracle today. Hurley 10, not for you. Azrael's been taken out, Purple's not going to have it. Our winners are... Logrin, Zilon, and Roscoe... What's that?
Work,
Roscoe Malachi, or Roscoe Malachi. Congratulations there, Logrin, Zilon, and Roscoe. Roscoe, though. Roscoe, You've yet to use the exclamation mark IGN command. So Roscoe, if you want to claim that there, please make sure you use exclamation mark IGN followed by your Warframe username and platform, so we know exactly where we're sending those details over to. Or that platinum over to. As a reminder, this is all through QTCC. This is provided by Digital Extremes. It's appreciation for the sheer amount of donations and generosity we've had from this community. Absolutely incredible amount of support. So that will be delivered by DE in the first week of November, once this all wraps up. Today is the last day of the QTCC bits and pieces all coming together here. Yep, Roscoe's popped their details in, so that's all good. Wonderful. Congratulations on that there. Alright, let's flip this back out of that. There we go. You, and... there we are. Alrighty, so... with those steps all put in, so we got Panzerpalooza build, decoy build, circuit approaches, and hello there. Let's get that sorted. Logan saying, no, the reward is coming happy by last... Logrin, no, you can't. So, Logrin, just to be clear, all giveaways are untradeable. So if you receive platinum from a giveaway, it's for your use only. So you can buy things from the market, you can get yourself Warframe slots, reactors, but you can't trade giveaway platinum. It's all untradeable. Just FYI on that. Alright, oops, background music, forgot that. Boop. There we are. Okay, so Panzerpalooza decoy, circuit hide there. So, let's talk setups. This first approach, will it show separately in UI? So it shows all as just kind of platinum normally, but when you mouse over it, it should show the breakdown into tradable and personal platinum. Yeah. And whenever you use untradable plat through the market, or just say buying Oregon reactors directly in your arsenal, it'll take from the untradable platinum first. There you are. Doesn't what start at 4 PM UK, Petra? Doesn't what start when? When does the stream resume at 4:30? Tomorrow. We had to go DJ whilst I was away? Well, that was dumb, wasn't it? I was away. Who did that? Curring's asking for rock whilst I was away. Alright. Let's set on the rock. They didn't specify, so I'm going to go with the instrumental. But yeah, if I just pull up on the announcements from DE, join us live for such and such, launching at 12:30 PM Eastern Time. And Eastern Time is still on daylight savings over there, so they are 4 hours behind the UK. So that would be 4:30 UK time. Yeah, seems pretty clear to me. If I also mouse over it, yep, because the Discord timestamp, 4:30 UK time. There we are, easy. So yeah, we're good there. Alright then. So this first approach, which is the Panzerpalooza stuff, this first approach focuses on using Oberon as a solo damage dealer. You want to rock for the giveaways? The giveaway always uses the background music of the arena. Always, Orinks. Alright, this first approach is focused on using Oberon as a solo damage dealer. This is best suited for high enemy density missions to not only have constant clusters we can semi-nuke, but also to maintain our energy demands. I'll be upfront with you. It is not a very powerful approach, but more a means to how do I phrase that? I'll be in front of you. It's not a very powerful approach. More a means to make Oberon more than a support. Yeah. Will I be raiding into the Warframe Starfinder stream? If they have raids enabled, that would be nice to do, because then we can all just go straight over there, absolutely. You know, I've just realised I've not had lunch. My stomach just made the most ungodly growl, and I'm hoping it didn't get through the stream. But yeah, it's 3:15 in the afternoon here, and I haven't had lunch. I'm gonna have some lunch. Here's one I made earlier. Ah. It's not a very powerful approach, more a means to make Oberon more than a support. Pass 3, isn't it Pass 4 since time change? No, Pass 3, Healy's End, because the time changed the other way. We went backwards in time. Yes, Logan, I have seen your complaints at the end of the streams where I hit you with the rap tap tap, and that's why I keep doing it. Cheers to hydrate, Zalion. The process to make it work is to maintain our tank with constant health orbs via a reckoning. Soften our enemies up with armor strip from reckoning and viral procs from a companion like Panzer, and then smite targets with our with raw support. There we go. Yes, Britain is 1 hour behind Italy, correct. So, this first approach focuses on using Oberon as a solo damage dealer. This is best suited for high enemy density missions to not only have constant clusters we can semi-nuke, but also to maintain our energy demands. I'll be upfront with you, it is not a very powerful approach, but more a means to make Oberon more than a support. Yeah, more and more, it's not great, but it'll work. The process to make it work is to maintain our tank with constant health orbs via Reckoning, soften our enemies up with armor strip from Reckoning and viral proxima companion. The process to make it work is starts with Reckoning. For the health orbs. Giving us our only real tank. Reckoning will also soften up our enemies with armor strip. Supported with viral procs from a companion like Panzer. Then, with raw active, we smite targets to create burst of kill zones. There we are. No more mage stream? We've had our 4 mage streams. Every $1,500 raised QTCC secured another one of those. We've gone through the whole lot of those now. But it's fine. I mean, you can catch them in the replays, exclamation mark replays, if you want to see past streams on that. Or look forward to the future where I'm sure someone will convince me once again to make such a ridiculous insult to my own integrity. For charity, of course. Yeah. So then with raw active, we smite targets to create bursts of kill zones. The build itself looks like this. So what I would have gone with, this first approach would just have the visuals, and then we'd have the build itself looks like this. So the build itself looks like this, and this is the build here. So what we need to say is the first focus is on all of the range. AoE of Smite is not that big. So maximum range means maximum necessary value, enhancing the radius of, what's it called again? Reckoning in the process. Hello Dutchero, welcome on in. So maximum range means maximum necessary value, maximum range means maximum value, enhancing the radius of reckoning in the process. On that we have plentiful strength for a high raw and AoE multiplier. Enough duration to not keep casting raw all that often. And yeah, Arcane Battery is our energy max. Of energy max. If you don't use a viral priming companion, you will need to use a viral priming, status priming, let's just say, status priming weapon instead. Oops, when did I hit caps? Instead. Without this, the AoE damage simply isn't enough to kill, and there's no room for weakness in this tight setup. Without priming, the maximum AoE damage this build affords with raw is only, and now let's figure out that number. So let's see, strength here 25%, no other strength from that. We've got 60% here, so that's 85% conditional, brings us to 307%. So that is a 30.7 multiplied by 1 plus 0.3 times 3.07, 58.97. I can just say 59%. It is correct. There's only 59% damage conversion from the main target's hit points into... Yeah. Without priming, the maximum AoE damage this build affords with raw is only 59%. Just 59% of the main target's hit points. Sure, if you hit an Xmas, that's a lot. Very often there won't be a big target to select, and you can't afford to have this ability be useless until one shows up. Viral is needed in solo like this. From Tip-athon saying, "Hey Kengineer, just a quick note of appreciation. Been watching YouTube videos now over years whenever I get back to Warframe. Not so frequently of a Twitch watcher, but love your content and insights you give in your accent." Well, thank you. I'm glad you appreciate all that I do here. Much appreciated. Welcome in. Yeah, viral is needed when solo like this. Now, I am oversimplifying. You could find ways to just really amp up the strength again, and then raw will be strong enough, smite will be strong enough, you'll have your AoE blap. But where are you going to get that strength from? Void Fissures, too infrequent, and there's a very specific area. Get it from allies, you can get a lot of things from allies, including the viral procs, so that's kind of irrelevant. From your from your tome and equipped tome mods, it's not going to get far enough. Energy conversion, where are you going to fit it in? Energy conversion would require you to constantly be picking up those energy orbs, because it only gives you on the next cast, and even then it's only 50% strength, which is not enough to get this from 59% to 100% kill. Just not even close. So, as much as I am kind of cutting out the detail there, I'm cutting out because for the design of the build, a viral proc is needed. If you're not viral procking the enemies, it's just not going to work. Unless you're not solo. And if you're not solo, sod it. It's something else then. I don't really do group focus builds because in a group you can basically do everything. If you're in a group with just one other player, that player could be mirror lane, and then you're going to hit damage cap with the Amprex. So it's irrelevant at that point, quite frankly. Helsinki instead of Augur Secrets. Okay, so we lose that to gain this, and your angle is we will gain 26% strength sometimes. I gotta say, that is not the trade you are hoping for. Not only is it only 26% strength, but you need to be picking up an energy orb for every single cast. Each cast that you miss it out on, you're actually down on strength. This isn't generating energy orbs. Equilibrium does not make health orbs into energy orbs, it just gives you energy from the health orb. So energy conversion here is terrible. It just does not have anything to reliably trigger it. And so, yeah, you'll just be shit out of luck most of the time. Like I say, this has been a lot of refining to get it to where it is, and that's as far as we can really take it. Yeah. At a push, someone will be like, you could take off Augur Secrets for Transient Fortitude. You lose out on some duration, and you don't reach any new breakpoints, so it achieves nothing. Doesn't work with Equilibrium? No, of course not, no. Equilibrium doesn't make health orbs give energy orbs. It makes health orbs give energy. It's a very different feature. So yeah, at most it would be popping that there, but it'd be like this. But losing that duration is a little bit painful because we're already spending a lot of energy to make this all work, and in exchange we don't hit a new breakpoint, as I say. So it's just not worth it. Energy conversion with Universal Fallout, that would work. Problem then is, if we're swapping out Arcane Battery, where's our energy max? And now we need to swap in something else, which means we're now running backwards again. And if we swap out Bolt Augmented, we'll be losing 60% maximum strength to gain 50%? Well, that doesn't work. Yeah. What will be the breakpoint? Let's see here. This is going to be a bit of a not that complicated a question, but still complicated enough. So, ignoring Archon Shards for a moment, because we're assuming we're not got immediately irradiated enemies. Which, well, granted, they would be irradiated from Reckoning, so we'll look at it for both ways. So, without Archon Shards first, we need to have that 10% multiplied by that 30% scale up to a lethal kill. Notepad. Where's my notepad? Alright. So, we need 0.1 times strength times 1 plus 0.3 times strength to equal 1. That's what we need it to be. So that is 1 plus 0.1. Sorry. Yeah, let's multiply this out correctly. So we've got that times again to that. Actually, that's still just going to all be one term, yeah. So we have 0.1s plus. We can just do that. 0.03 s squared is equal to 1. Oh, I don't really want to use the quadratic formula. Ah, I don't remember. What was it? Nope. That's out of my head. I'm just going to shove it through a calculator. It's easier. Same answer. Don't have to go through effort. We got the equation. We could just ask it. So that would be a strength of apparently 434%, is that saying? 435 because of decimal. I think 435% should be it. So let's run that back in the other way. We got 43.5 is the percent base damage from the Smite AoE. I'd have to check if the AoE actually does scale that high. But that's that. Multiplied by 1 plus 0.3 times 4.35 on the raw effect. Which if I just take that off there for the copy over. Comes out to 100.2. Yeah. So that would be the theoretical breakpoint. That's our one shot. 435% strength, which is not really achievable when also going for max range, energy income, decent enough duration to work with it on a raw setup for Oberon. Now that is without the shards. With the shards, it can go a bit lower. With the shards, it depends on what shards you're equipping. I've currently got equipped a 40% extra damage on targets affected by radiation. So with 40% damage to radded enemies, it would be effectively this whole thing again. Except instead of being 1, it would be yeah, it'd be 1 over 1.4. So this then becomes 1 over 1.4. And if I slap that one in to Warframe Alpha, amazing thing by the way. That then brings the strength down to 349%. Which is still well outside of what this is going to achieve. Well outside. So, doable, yes, but not doable within just Oberon. You just can't get it high enough. At least not reliably. Yeah, I know there's the, what do you call it? Helminth infusions, which from time to time might give you just about enough. But that'd be it. That would be it. Yeah, it's not really any edge point to otherwise give people on that. I can stick to just saying in the video, you need viral. Is there any reason I'm using 0.3 and 0.03 in parts calculation? Yeah, it's been multiplied out. So we start with 10% damage, which is the base on Smite here, and 30% raw buff. Then we multiply out the brackets. So multiplying out, we've got 1 times 0.1s, which is 0.1s. And we got 0.3s times 0.1s, which is 0.03s squared. That's why that's happening. Yeah, I just expanded out the brackets. 6 primal. I know that's not what you're saying, but still. So yeah, this strength is... It's not really attainable for this. What we have currently here, 222 plus Augmented plus growing power, brings you to 307? Yeah, 307. So you're still missing 42%. That 42% you can get, I think, 40% from operator focus score every 20 seconds if you're using the Madurai Void Sling forwards and backwards. To be like 2 points off. And I suppose I am using a starting energy Archon shard. I'm also using a single non-Tau Forge. So if you went triple Tau Forge to get this to 45%, and you use that operator focus score, then you can just about pull it off, yeah. Assuming there's no cap, which I still haven't double checked. Does Wiki know of a cap? Made my life easier? Yes, according to Wiki, AoE percentage damage is capped at 30%, which means that you're capped at a 300% strength effect on the first turn. And because of that, you would need even more strength on the Roar to actually get to the point, so it also doesn't work again there. So never mind. An interesting thought experiment, but DE have said no. It is just viral. Viral is the way. With a lot of strength, you could eventually get Raw high enough to bypass it, but you're better off just not doing that. Yeah. Worth the curiosity. Didn't go where we wanted it to. So yeah. If you don't use a viral priming companion, you will need to use a status priming weapon instead. Without this, the AoE damage simply isn't enough to kill, as there's no room for weakness in its entire setup. Without priming, the maximum AoE damage this build of without priming, the AoE damage this build deals with Raw is only 59% for the main target's hit points. Sure, if you hit an Xmas, that's a lot. Very often there won't be a big target select, and you can't afford to have this ability be useless until one shows up. Viral is, I'm just going out on basically needed when solo like this. Is there a helmet ability that can apply vulnerability to X? Yes, it's called Raw. Would Nourish work? No, because Raw. That's the point, we already have the damage enhancing subsume. I haven't skipped a very obvious step of, wait, what if we just subsume an ability? We've already done that bit. Raw. And it's as good as we can get there. You could theoretically try getting away with Sentient Wrath or some other vulnerability that side. Raw is just better. One, it applies to every single target. You can't miss targets. And two, you don't constantly have to cast it. Plus three, it just works. Yeah. What is the subsume slot on Oberon? There isn't one. Sankit, on some frames you'll have an obvious barely used ability. That's what people refer to as a subsume slot, but there isn't a subsume slot. You swap out whichever ability is not helping your build for an ability which is helping your build. And that differs from build to build. Okay. So we got that here. Yeah. Make sure you set up in an ideal room in your survival mission of choice. And with buff supplied, blow up the area. One group of enemies at a time. This setup will not work against the corrupted, wherever they spawn. Due to their resistance to radiation damage. There we are. There is also a means to vary the effect to not have to rely on raw and a good target spawning. We can instead use decoy. So that's when I then skip over to this. Yeah. With a very similar setup, trading out a little bit of range for the damage decoy augment, we can cast decoy on an enemy. With decoy, since it got overhauled not too long ago, it absorbs, no, its health, I don't like absorb because it sounds like takes away from, yeah. Its health scales from, scales on the amount of health of nearby enemies. With a high enemy density and the very high range of the build, that can be a lot of hit points. By casting a damage decoy then, god damn it, we have one very beefed up target, regardless of how many hit points they usually have, and we can smite that. The resulting AoE is effectively scaling its damage based on the grouped hit points of the enemies, not just a single one. It's another meme effect. It's another meme-like build. It's another meme-like variant of this build. And works far better on Oberon than it does on Loki, despite the available subsume choices. Yeah, it's another meme-like variant of this build, and works far better on Oberon than it does on Loki, despite the available subsume choices. Still, in a high enemy density mission, basically in Steel Path survivals, Oberon is able to use a damaging ability which scales with the enemy health, and use a tank ability which ignores the enemy damage scaling. In both cases then, this is level cap viable. No limit. No slowdown. Percent based damage and complete invulnerability. It's not pretty, I know, it's not perfect, but it works. From Ted Khan, about Oberon, one question. I have a problem with the second ability. Sometimes the high density missions, sometimes it doesn't place on the ground, just plays animation without using. Does someone got that problem? Does it look like need to report to DE? Yes, I was getting that problem as well, as were others, in various missions, so it is bugged. If you do want to take the time to report it to DE, by all means go right ahead on that. I think !bug should give you an easy link to do that. But yeah, it is definitely bugged at the moment. It doesn't always happen, but it does frequently happen, and that's enough to cause problems. Yeah. Gonna double check that forum link is still the correct one these days. Yes, it is. Good. There we are. Alright, so that gives us the rundown on Panzerpalooza and Decoy, but we don't need to go any further with it than that, which is good. Alright, before I go into writing the next sections, I am keenly aware as to timing, and also I'm sure some of you really want a giveaway, don't you? I mean, is there anyone here who doesn't want me to run a giveaway? Let's have a quick roll call. Anyone here who thinks I shouldn't run a giveaway right now? Oh. Sorry, guys. Umbralia said I shouldn't run a giveaway. Tedcon and Aquafy also think I shouldn't run a giveaway. Interesting. Well, I mean, that seems to be a lot of people. You know, there's at least 3 people there who don't want there to be a giveaway. So, yeah, that's horrible. All right, I'll just continue eating my sandwich then. I can do that. I'm having to be very careful because I've got a very aggressive mouth ulcer at the moment, and it's horrible. On top of TMJ, it's like, can my mouth please stop imploding? I need it to speak. Oh, I hate that word, Telly. I hate that word so much. It's just a word, but I hate it. Plus no. I'm surprised I've not seen more people complaining, no, we want the giveaways, please. Wow. Have we actually burned this community out on giveaways? Have we given away too much stuff? Maybe we have. Alright, let's see, how many giveaways have we had? Just from QTCC, we have done... Let me add these all up here. Those, and those, and those. So just from QTCC, we have done 81 giveaways so far. God damn. 81 giveaways. That's a lot. Like, there's not 81 days in October, for starters, so yeah. Wild. That's just how much generosity has been in this community. But anyway, yeah, we're gonna roll the dice. We're gonna see who's gonna pick this up, because it's not gonna be a platinum giveaway. No. It's not gonna be a plat giveaway. We've done enough of those. We're gonna bring up something else entirely. Let me just type this in. We're gonna give away a Valkyr Heirloom pack. A Valkyr Heirloom pack. So let's open that drawer now. This includes all of the bits and pieces you see in the market if you open it up to have a look. The Valkyr Heirloom skin, the color palette, all the bits and pieces there, and includes the platinum as well. You get the entire thing there, as if you just purchased it for cash. And again, it's all untradeable. It all goes into your account for your use directly there. So I'm going to move my camera out of the way for a moment, and also maybe have a bit more of my sandwich. But exclamation mark, win QTCC in the chat for a chance to win that there. Absolutely. We'll give you all a moment to grab your entries for the entire Valkyr Heirloom pack. Wait, what? What? It didn't even crash. It just closed. Sorry, everyone. What? Let's try that again, shall we? There we go. Okay. That... Did I accidentally misclick something? Did I hit a key in my keyboard? There's not even a hotkey clued into that. Why did it close? That is so weird. Anyway, okay. Sorry about that. Let's retry this, shall we? What the... Evidently that RNG was not supposed to happen. We're gonna Reroll the seed. Sorry about that. Exclamation mark win QTCC for a chance to win the Valkyrie heirloom this time. Because I have no idea why that happened. I am so sorry. Right, I'm going to go back to eating for a moment. Alright, last chance to get in on this Valkyrie heirloom giveaway. Exclamation mark win QTCC in the chat for a chance to win the Valkyrie heirloom pack. Reminder that is all the Valkyrie heirloom components together, not just the skin, the whole lot, platinum included, as part of QTCC. This is being gifted out directly from DE, so it'll be received in the first week of November, just next month. We'll do that draw when the timer says 5 hours 44 exactly. So you got 20 odd seconds on that now. Channel Echo, did you not just say you won one? Echo, why would you join in if you already won it? Just to be clear. Before I do this draw, just want to be very clear on that. What's that about? No. Wrong stream? What do you mean wrong stream? WinQTCC isn't a command on other streams. Bruh. Alright, let's do the draw. And if Channel Echo wins it, I'll instead just ban Channel Echo. That works. Let's draw! You live today, Channel Echo, because our winner is Jozu!
Excellent work, Tenno. The extraction point is
Jozu, congratulations! That Valkyrie heirloom pack is coming your way. As a result of all the generosity from QTCC, from the donations, of this community to QTCC. Absolutely. So thank you very much there. Everyone who's contributed, and Jozu, make sure you look forward to that. You're getting the full heirloom pack with the platinum and all the bits and pieces all combined there. That'll be in your inbox in the first week of November. And Bot already says we got your details. That's coming your way. Splendid. Alright, let's close off these bits and pieces for now. There we are. Oh, my God, don't worry about being quiet. We got plenty of people in the chat here, so if you want to just sit back and relax, like many others are also doing, you're welcome to do so. There's no requirement for you to be sending X messages per hour or anything like that. There's no metrics I'm challenging you on. Yeah, you're fine. Alright, so let's continue with this then. How much time have we got? Yeah, we got about like half hour. That's fine. That is fine. Yeah, if every single person watching a stream was constantly sending messages, I would be thoroughly overwhelmed. Not a chance. I would have to set it to slow mode or subscriber only mode or something like that. Yeah. Like I say, it was confusing. Was it the collection or a different pack? I thought you said it was different from the collection. My bad. Right. We're going to move on from that. So, we've got the write-up for the Pantapalooza and the decoy approaches. So, now it is looking at circuits. For something a little more comprehensive of Oberon's kit, bringing to bear his true potential as a support frame. We can go for a style designed. We can go for a style designed around the circuit. This will work basically anywhere you want to protect an objective's hit points, except mirror defense. And I'm going to verify that actually. I say except mirror defense, but let's have a look here, because I'm fairly certain D did a patch on exactly that. Yeah, fixed Oberon's rework renewal, be able to heal the crystals entire past mobile defense. So yeah, they very specifically said it's not supposed to work on that. So yeah, is a shame. Small to say, if I recall, Starfinder 2e uses same base rules as Pathfinder 2e. Just know what's going on when the stream starts. Mostly the same rules, yes. I say mostly because, of course, it's going from sword and sorcery style adventuring to sci-fi focused adventuring. So there are some significant differences there in types of equipment available, in how you utilize that equipment. But the core rules, like the 3-action system, yeah, those are still there. It is very much cross-compatible, but cross-compatible with an asterisk of if you're bringing literally just a dude with a sword to space, like at the very minimum, the dude with the sword does not have a spacesuit. They might need to sort that one out before they start challenging the sci-fi nerds. But outside of things like that, yeah. If you've been playing Pathfinder 2nd Edition, then you'll easily be able to follow the rules and rulings used for Starfinder 2nd Edition. No problem whatsoever. It's they're more closely related than Dungeons & Dragons 5th Edition 2014 and 2024 Edition. Those two are further apart than Pathfinder 2nd and Starfinder 2nd Edition, in my opinion. Partly because of some of the wild changes that D&D had, and they marketed them as compatible, but sure. Are we talking about a Warframe RPG system? Not quite, no. We're talking about the RPG system Starfinder, which is produced by Paizo Incorporated, and Paizo have done a collaboration with Warframe to create a one-shot custom adventure based on Warframe that you can play in Starfinder. And I am very excited about it. 1, I am a Warframe nerd. 2, I am a tabletop RPG nerd. And 3, I am that lucky nerd that got to write the entire bloody introduction to it. Oh. So yes, shill. There is declaration. I am very excited about it, as it be able to be part of actually the making of. And to not put too fine a point on it, for those of you who recall the work I did on my passion project of the 10O's Tome of Warframes, so turning all Warframes into Dungeons & Dragons style monsters, it was through that, basically, that when Paizo reached out to D and were like, hey, let's do a collab, do you have someone who could do the writing? I'm fairly certain the way it went was very simply D going, well, funny you should mention, you need someone who can write very clearly, evocatively, and is knowledgeable of Warframe, whilst also being a tabletop nerd. Yeah, I think we know someone like that. Hey, Kengineer. Yeah. Was the intro a lore type intro or homage type thing? Because it is a crossover product, it is all non-canon. But beyond that, it is a introduction to basically the Warframe universe, so that someone who plays Starfinder but has never heard of a Warframe before gets to open up and go, oh, so that's what it is, and that's who they are, and that's what they are? Ooh, okay. So yeah, If you already play Warframe, there shouldn't be anything new in the introduction to you, although there probably will be, because who pays attention to Warframe lore these days? But if you don't play Warframe, there would be a simple way to get your friends to know, hey, yeah, that's what a Grineer is, that's what a Corpus is, this is a Parvos, that kind of thing. The introduction to the Warframe system, so that then you can go on to playing the actual Warframe adventure, knowing what you're up against and who you're dealing with. Did I make the Lotus evil? I did no such thing. I did no such thing. Now, as for a evil version of the Lotus in the D&D Warframe playtest, yes, I did do that. Yeah. You're confused about Warframe lore as the proto-frames on your texting computer? Sure. I didn't make Lotus evil. Lotus is just evil? Lotus isn't evil. She's a very, dedicated person to her cause. Her cause constantly getting reprogrammed by evil people. Shit. Oh well. Now, how much spoilers the main quest did there? Honestly, I'd say the detail is distinct enough due to the way it needs to fit in with Starfinder, again non-canon, that it's less spoiler and more misdirection, dare I say. But I can't go into details because, well, you'll just need to see the product, won't you? When it launches, which I think is today, if it's not already launched, yeah, it launches today, you can check it out for yourself. Absolutely. And definitely do. Because if this product does very, very well, that sends one very clear message to DE. Maybe there should be more. Alright, I'm going to quickly edit the stream info because we are so close on to what's going on there. So, there we are. Just updated the stream title a bit there, so anyone who comes in next half hour has an idea as to what's going to be happening. Not much of an idea, but it's more of an idea than they were before. Okay, so with the circuit stuff, so for something a little more comprehensive of Oberon's kit, bringing to bear his true potential as a support frame, we can go for a style designed around the circuit. This will work basically anywhere. We want to project an objective's hit points, except mirror defense. But crucially, it is designed to function even without a companion or choice weapons in your loadout. Naturally, when you can pick those, you can make this even better. You can, don't want to put it down, you can get even more value out of it. There we are. So that is looking at circuit builds, and we'd have bits there. I should have taken a mirror label on the fallouts, whoopsies. We'll sort that. There are a few optional switches in how you approach this, depending on how you prefer to play Oberon. Why capitalize? Play Oberon, there we go. One option is the non-subsumed variant. This allows us to use Smite in Fusion for a weapon damage bonus. Otherwise, actually, yeah. So one option is non-subsumed variant. This allows us to use Smite Fusion for a weapon damage bonus, and retain the ability to target particularly heavy units and deny them their existence. Yes, that covers that. Alternatively, you can swap out Smite for Parasitic Armor. This costs you your Shield Gate and Smite ability. Smite should be capitalized when it's the ability. Smite ability in exchange for a lot of additional armor for the for renewal to scale from. Likewise, when it comes to energy economy, Oberon is just as satisfied using Equilibrium and Arcane Battery as he is with Primed Flow and Arcane Universal Fallout. Which of the two you use, which of the two energy pairs you use there are a matter of preference and accessibility. No, preference and ownership. There we go. But both a high energy income and high energy max are a very good idea to allow Oberon to keep up all of his efforts. There we go. Lastly, the Arcane Ultimatum. Capitalize Arcane. Lastly, Arcane Ultimatum is a consistent and easy to achieve source of another 1,200 armor. It is 1,200, isn't it? Yep. 1,200. God damn it. Armor, which only requires a finisher kill every 45 seconds. You can attack enemies knocked down by your abilities to achieve that. Any reason for rank 3 Arcane Universal Fallout? Yes, I don't have a rank 5. That's why. Dr. saying, I feel like you should put a warning at the start of the video that builds aren't going to use Umbrals. Get asked that enough yesterday. I can actually talk about that later on in the video. And if someone jumps to the comments beforehand, thanks for the free engagement, idiot. Finish watching a video before you comment on it. Works. But yeah, I intend to address that after I've covered my own much more affordable approach here. Because if you start with affordable and then scale up, for something like Umbrals, it shows that the affordable is the main focus. Rage bait strats? Look, if people are going to be ragey regardless, I'll get the comment out of them. If someone watches the video, it all makes sense. Yeah. It might sound unsympathetic, but genuinely, more times than I can count, I've had people comment about something like, oh, you forgot this, or, oh, someone else said such and such. I'm like, yeah, it's here in the video. Just watch the video. Oh, I skipped that bit. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Can't help. Alright. So, you can attack enemies knocked down by your abilities to achieve that. Otherwise, it can be swapped for Arcane. Shit, I forgot the name of it. It's not Tanker. Guardian, that's the one. For a lower armor bonus with no finisher requirement. Or other arcane to better suit your playstyle. You know about skipping, sometimes you come out halfway through a video, otherwise you forget. I mean, on the one hand, sure, but it depends on the kind of comment. If the comment is just, wow, I really like this, sure, fine, yeah, you've seen the thing, you like the thing, you told me you like the thing. That's cool. It's when someone goes, why didn't you mention such and such? And then I did. And they'll sometimes even edit their comment to, oh, wait, I just continued watching the video, you did mention it. Bruh. Come on! Literally on the most recent video, I think one of the earlier comments was, such and such other creator said this does this. Right, yeah, so did I. Oh, my bad. Yeah. It is what it is. But I can still complain about it because it's stupid. Anyway, with this approach to the circuit, I highly recommend you check what your weapon options will be before loading in. Armed with that information, you can decide if you'd rather focus finishers, smite infusion, or another focus with your weapons. Oberon has the freedom to adjust his setup to match your playstyle, while still making excavators tanky. Your allies will be eternally grateful for that. There we are. Yes, please, that's how it works. Which, hey, this is why I set up the bot to respond, so... Smolson asking, are there any defense targets Renewal doesn't work on? Mirror defense. I don't know about others, because I've not tested every single one, but mirror defense, yeah. Yeah, fair do, Dutchio. Thank you. Oh, I don't know about smarter than most people, Blazing. I just have particular things I'm familiar with. You asked me to do a painting, it's going to look like a 4-year-old did it. 5-year-olds, they got me beat. 6-year-olds, it's not even a contest. Need me to navigate? Regulars who've seen me on Minecraft here. Oh boy. The number of times I have gotten into a boat, I've gone like 6 chunks away from my base and then gone, which way was home? Ah, Google Maps saved me. So yeah, we all just have our areas. I'm glad you appreciate mine. You'll be forever guiding my sheep. Crescendo. My sheep are just as lost as me. We're doomed. Oh dear, dear, dear. Sometimes my pathfinding IRL does feel like that of a Minecraft mob, thinking about it. Including just slamming into the corner of a door frame, because... Yay. Anyway, with this approach circuit, I highly recommend you check what your weapon options will be before loading in. Under that information, you can decide if you'd rather focus finishers, smite infusion, or another focus with your weapons. Oberon has the freedom to adjust his setup to match your playstyle, while still making excavators tanky. Whichever setup you pick. Whichever setup you settle on. Your allies will be eternally grateful for that. When testing this, I did encounter a few bugs. The most devious of which was renewal sometimes fails to properly activate if you have when switching stage, or if you have been knocked and revived. This led to Oberon and excavators not getting the expected armor buff. If in doubt, just recast it. Once you get in range once with the correctly active renewal, the target will forever have its benefits. Oh, well, have its benefits as long as renewal stays on. Simple as that. Otherwise, beyond that, use your 2 and 4 for control and debuffs to ensure enemies never successfully threaten the mission again. Boom. Has someone asked what I think about mobile Warframe yet? I guess in passing, but I don't play mobile Warframe. I actually just don't play mobile games. So I don't have an opinion to wager on it, really. Well, is Temporal Archimedia worth doing? And if yes, why is there no one in matchmaking? Matchmaking people might be in either friend groups or in Elite Temporal Archimedia. Your best bet is to go and find friends to do it with. So open up the recruitment channel if you've not got, actual friends to do it with. Open up recruitment and try and form a squad. Play multiplayer in your multiplayer game. Alright, I think this is get us in the right direction. Rather than continue to dig down these details here now, though, I'm aware as to the time we're at. Because it's going to be not long now until D's own stream goes live. They're not live yet, I don't think, but I'm just going to check that anyway. Just in case they are loading into it. Wow, Celestial Collaborators. That's definitely what I was looking for. No. Yeah, D is not yet live, so we'll keep an eye on that to know when we have to wrap up, but it's within the next, 15 minutes. And whilst we're at it, 3, 1. I need to double check what giveaways we've done. Sorry, one moment. I want to make sure I'm not missing a giveaway, because it looks like I might have the wrong amount marked. We need to do more or less. One sec. I'll have the answer in a moment. Okay, so we did the Valkyr. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 lost 100 plats today. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, we have got a lot more time going, which we'll be doing tomorrow. The stream timer will continue tomorrow, absolutely. But before we go then, let's do one last giveaway. Let us do one last giveaway. Let me get that set up onto here. We got Arena. We're going to do 2 lots of 100 platinum. There we go. Let's open that draw then. So, this is the last giveaway we're doing today. ! Win QTCC for a chance to win one of these 2 100 plat packs. Everyone can win this. Well, not all of you, but anyone can win this. Any 2 of you can win. Doesn't matter if this is your first time here or if you've been here for years and years, everyone's got the same chance of winning. So long as you enter with ! Win QTCC. This is for 2 separate packs of 100 platinum. It'll be handed out by D in the first week of November. So long as I've got your details on record, it'll just be coming along your way once we bring this all together here. I'll give you all a moment to enter in on that. I'm going to take another bite of my sandwich. And do you not get different characters? So in order to show up as not Lavos Prime on this, you can use the command !pick frame if you're a VIP or subscriber. VIPs and subscribers can change their appearance as a VIP and subscriber perk here on the channel. And likewise, people who've donated $25 or more to the Quest to Conquer Cancer through the stream have also been adding their own avatars, or at least sending me it over, and I'll be incorporating that into the program in November. So today is the last opportunity for getting those in. I think we are basically done on those. If you're not a VIP, not a subscriber, basically if you just haven't got one of those badges next to your name, you can still just chill along here all the same. You end up using Lavos Prime, which, let's face it, Lavos Prime is absolutely amazing. You should be satisfied. What more do you need? Aside from maybe an Oberon. Or an Equinox. We'll wait for the advert to go out of the way, so those who, again, don't have one of those badges can still see what's going on. We'll give a moment on that. Damn Twitch ads. Lavos Prime's a comfy frame? Absolutely. Trying to demonstrate you put the bot on cooldown? Yeah, you don't technically need to demonstrate, but who did you block on that? Yeah, you're letting them know, that's good. Okay. Yeah, the bot can only process the IGN command once per, like, second-ish, just because of the time to process and make sure it definitely saves correctly. So, to avoid people crossing over each other and causing errors, it just has that little lock on it. Whereas when QTCC does not. Alright, we're going to do that draw in a few seconds. Last chance to get in. When that timer hits 15:30, we'll do this draw. !win QTCC for a chance to win 100 platinum. Hello Crazy Quinn, welcome on in. Just the right time for a giveaway if you're interested in that. What does triple exclamation mark mean in DPS numbers? It is the tier of red crit that has been hit. Let's do our draw. So you got yellow crit, orange crit, red crit, and then tier 4, 5, and 6 for the 3 exclamation marks. Tier 7 and above still looks like tier 6 because you've just run out of exclamation marks at that point. Here we go, we're doing our draw. Seeing how many people are sliding on in to try and defeat the boss, but it's got just too many shots. Someone needs to attenuate its damage, but all the same, our two winners are sliding in now. Here we are. It is Atlas Moth and Caljade. Congratulations to the two of you there. 100 plat will be coming your way. Caljade, we're going to need to have your details, please. Caljade, if you use exclamation mark IGN, followed by your Warframe username and platform, we'll get this sent on over to you. I'll be arriving in the first week of November, direct from DE. You didn't see your name? If you entered, it was in there. I assure you of that much. Atlas say, oh shit, yep, it's yours. How's Caljade not done that yet? Caljade, I guess, just hadn't won to this point, and so I went, why not? But now you have won, Caljade. There we go. There we are. That is added on. Who knows? Maybe Caljade changed capitalization on their name, and that was it as well. But I think it was just they hadn't done it yet. Your consistency has been broken. You're free. Huzzah. Huzzah indeed. Yeah, it's about a week away on getting those QTCC draws out. Warframe Live? Oh, look at the timing on that. That's beautiful, isn't it? That is beautiful. Let's switch this off of this screen. All right, then. Oh, actually, very quickly. Timer is at 5... I'm going to call that 5:14. 5 hours 14. There we are. Okay, in which case, then, we are going to be ready out of here. Paizo live as well. Are they both going live with the same thing? Are they both going live with the same thing? We'll go to Warframe anyway. I was already planning to go to Warframe, so we'll go to Warframe. So that is where we're going to wrap it up today. Thank you very much for joining in on this Tip-athon. We will be live again tomorrow with another 5 hours 14 still on the clock there. You can all look forward to that. But it is time for us to get on out of here. Let's raid Warframe. Let's get that set up and running. Is it Warframe or Play Warframe? I think they have it just under Warframe, don't they? You'd think I'd know. Where is it? Yeah, it's just under just Warframe. Cool. Alright, let's make that happen. They put play Warframe in some places, so I like to just double check. Alright then, raid is up, we're heading on over. Thank you all for joining in. I'll be live again tomorrow, continuing on with all the goodness in the stream. But that's all from me today. Let's go see what Warframe's up to with Starfinder. Bye bye.